Recording in progress.
Good morning, Excellencies, esteemed delegate Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the thematic session on accelerating climate impact for member states through inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Weeks after COP26, this UNIDO General Conference thematic session event gathers prominent experts and policymakers to discuss the climate change landscape and examine the role that UNIDO expertise in low carbon and resilient industrial development can play in meeting the climate objectives of member states and charting a path towards carbon neutrality. My name is Selma Prodanovic, and I am very excited to be your host here today. I'm a passionate entrepreneur and an angel investor, and working as an entrepreneur towards a better future and empowering others to do so. So it is my great pleasure to be here today, and allow me now to introduce the distinguished panelists of today. We have an amazing panel. Let's start with Ms. Ulrike Lea, Head of Socioeconomics, International Renewable Energy Agency. In her role, she oversees IRENA's socioeconomic modeling work for the World Renewable Energy Transition Outlook, as well as the socioeconomic footprint analysis, the socioeconomic analysis in IRENA's regional market series, and IRENA's work on gender, and in particular on jobs. Ms. Götzke Mette, Head of the Secretariat of the Leadership Group for Industry Transition, and her hosted by the Stockholm Environment Institute. Lead IT explores how policy, finance, and business practices in hard-to-abate industry sectors can be aligned to achieve climate neutrality, consistent with Paris Agreement and the latest scientific evidence for IPCC. Her Excellency, Ms. Sekai Nzenza, the Minister of Industry and Commerce of Zimbabwe. She's also a writer and international development consultant specializing in NGO accountability, health, microenterprise, and rights. Ms. Lina Srivastava, Deputy Director General for Science, International Institute for Applied System Analysis in Austria. Prior to this, she was the Vice Chancellor to TERI School of Advanced Studies in New Delhi, an interdisciplinary higher education institution focused on sustainable development. Her Excellency, Ms. Maria Elizabeth Bogonsian, alternate permanent representative and deputy head of mission at the Embassy of Uruguay in Vienna. Welcome to Vienna, being here with us today. Mr. Daniel Kamen, Senior Advisor of Energy Innovation. He is the James and Catherine Lau Distinguished Professor of Sustainability at the University of California, Berkeley, with parallel appointments in the Energy and Resources Group of Goldman School of Public Policy and the Department of Nuclear Engineering. He is currently on leave, serving in the Biden administration as the Senior Advisor for Energy Innovation at the U.S. Agency for International Development. And Mr. Tarek Mtareich, Director, Department of Energy, United Nations Industrial Development Organization. Before joining UNIDO, he worked as a Senior Research Fellow at the International Institute for Industrial Environmental Economics at Lund University, Sweden, and prior to that, served as the Executive Director of the Regional Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency based in Cairo. And welcome to my panelists. In this occasion, if we were all in the same room, we would have a great round of applause. But today, we have to imagine, I will have to imagine, and I hope everybody is online, and thank you for joining at this early hour. Let's start the discussion and kick off this with Ms. Lea. I hope you are online and the connection is working well. Good morning. What are your views on the international climate landscape and the role of renewable energy following COP26? The stage is yours.
Thank you, Selma. And to make my point, I would like to share my screen, which I'm starting right now in the middle of the presentation. Does it work?
Yes, looks good.
Excellent. Okay. So thanks again, and thank you for letting me starting this conversation and this discussion today. Now, being the Renewable Energy Agency, of course, we see a large role of renewable in the pathway towards 1.5C, which we already outlined in our World Energy Transitions Outlook, the latest flagship report. And here you see how the energy transition has to move, the energy system has to move from where it is today, largely dominated still by coal, gas, and oil, towards the new system in 2050, where we need to be under the 1.5C scenario. I think everybody on this panel, of course, agrees roughly on the structure that I'm showing here. So by 2050, electricity would be the main energy carrier. 90% of electricity would be from renewables. Of course, each sector has to contribute, and this being a UNIDO webinar, we've better look at the industry sector, and there we see energy conservation and efficiency is key to the energy transition in that sector, to just make room for renewable energy, then contributing to the energy system in that sector. The other sectors, transport, for instance, 67% of emission reduction come from direct electrification, and in buildings, the key solutions also are electrification, of course, based on renewable energy. Now, that definitely does not come for free. So even under the current plans, our so-called planned energy scenario, we have to spend 3.3 trillion US dollar per year. What does it mean we have to spend? That means investment in a cleaner, better future, and in renewable energy, energy efficiency, in innovation, innovative pathways, in carbon removals to a certain extent. Under the 1.5C compatible scenario, we need to spend an additional 1.1 trillion US dollar annually to just reach that goal. But that globally, and I think I'm happy to see on this panel also regional participants, they can also share their views on this. Globally, this contributes to additional GDP. So our pathway globally for GDP will be by more than 3% higher in the first decade. We've built this scenario front-loaded, and we think it's very important to A, get us out of the corona misery, basically, and B, also to get us on the right track for them to follow the renewable energy future. And just in closing, I would like to outline that, of course, there is a whole holistic policy framework that is needed for this energy transition to be just and fair. So in industry, we need to look at wages, workplace conditions, at gender, at minorities. Also, the just transition policies need to support the transition where it by itself would maybe not fair because of the respective systems are too close to the old energy system and have difficulties to come to the new energy system. So this whole policy framework, I think, is really removing structural barriers, ensuring decent jobs, and also taking care of all the misalignments that might be along the transition between where we are today and where we need to be. I leave it at that, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to share the thoughts.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lear. It's great to have you with us, and thank you for your inputs. I hope we will have maybe a moment or two to come back to you. Now moving to Ms. Mette, I would like to check the connection, see if you are with us, and start the question with what is the role that low carbon and resilient industrial development can play in meeting the objectives of the Paris Agreement and charting a path towards carbon neutrality? What is the role for industry, and what does it need from governments in order to deliver? The stage is yours.
Thanks a lot, Ms. Polanovic. I'd like to focus on steel and cement sector in particular, because these two sectors are literally building blocks of our modern infrastructure, and they'll remain so in the foreseeable future. Although a material substitution will play a large role in cutting emissions from these sectors, we will still need massive amounts of steel and cement to produce buildings, infrastructure, and the equipment needed to provide currently underserved global populations with decent housing, clean water, sanitation, and modern energy services. Yet these two sectors have a large carbon footprint, so together they're accounting for a combined 15% of global CO2 emissions. And there are technological solutions within reach that would allow for close to zero emissions production of both materials. Yet verifying that these technological solutions are reliable and deploying them globally between now and 2050 will be very challenging. And today there are countries which have developed partnerships between government, industry, and other key stakeholders within the civil society, and to propose and implement action plans for industry transition. And roadmaps, which are known as pathways, are becoming increasingly common. But in many countries, especially within the developing economies, this kind of long-term strategic planning is missing. I represent the Leadership Group for Industry Transition, and we are now 35 members among this group from public and private sector, working together to accelerate the action that is aligned with credible commitments to achieving net zero emissions heavy industries. And the leadership group commits to supporting governments and industries to co-produce the stakeholder-led roadmaps. And to this end, the Leadership Secretariat is currently focusing efforts on India, and we have initiated discussions on industry transition roadmaps in cement and steel sector, to support this process together with our local partners, and in this case, that is TERI. And at COP26, country and company members, they all reiterated that they are ready to act. And the group really collectively agreed that the time for implementation is indeed here. But to achieve net zero emissions, heavy industries in 2050, in particular for cement and steel, all reinvestments in a long-lived equipment or infrastructure that is not net zero compatible should be out of question already by 2030. So we need by 2030 to have this net zero emissions value chain ready for deployment. But this needs to happen globally, and it calls for international cooperation, in particular to increase access to green finance. We need to also enable donor coordination. We need to support developing countries in technology development. International cooperation is also needed to build and update key infrastructures, such as on green hydrogen, grid capacity, and carbon capture and storage, which are all crucial for industrial decarbonization. International cooperation is also needed to accelerate demand-side action and to create markets for these low-carbon materials and products, to be able to have a business case through green public procurement commitments, such as through the Industry Deep Decarbonization Initiative. And we need international cooperation to mobilize private green procurement alliances, like the First Movers Coalition, which was announced at COP26. Additionally, we need to internationally agree on global standards, certification schemes, definitions, accelerate innovation, and then particularly governments need to enable research and development and deployment support. Meanwhile, we need to address carbon leakage via border adjustment measures and other measures. But as stated by the previous speaker, meanwhile, we need to ensure a just transitions, skills transfer, and create green jobs. And finally, it's definitely last but not least, we need to align roadmaps and visions and implementation plans on sectoral action. So in 2022, we at Leadership Secretariat will continue to engage with countries and companies to aid that road mapping process. And we offer technical and methodological guidance to develop those roadmaps. So I'll stop here and hope to come back at the Q&A.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mette. Definitely between innovating and implementing a big, long path and not such an easy one. Hope to be able to come back to you, and I would like now to move to Her Excellency Ms. Sekaine Nzenza from Zimbabwe, and ask more about what does a post-COVID recovery look like in Zimbabwe, and what role will industry need to play to advance low carbon and resilient growth. Welcome and thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this session. And I want to begin by greeting everyone from Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe has been going through some devastating effects of climate change. During the past couple of years, we've gone through droughts, floods, as well as going through the COVID-19 experience, which has affected everyone globally. And in industry, the main impact was on the global supply chain. But ladies and gentlemen, let me just give a brief about Zimbabwe. I know a lot of people might be wondering exactly what is happening in Zimbabwe. And in the past, and I would accept that there have been some negative perceptions on Zimbabwe, but from an industry perspective, Zimbabwe has suffered deindustrialization, which is also compounded by climate change. And one of the challenges that we have faced as a country is the imposition of sanctions on Zimbabwe. But that aside, Zimbabwe as a country has been gifted with so many natural resources. From the agricultural perspective, we have a lot of natural resources, water bodies, one of the largest water bodies in the whole of Africa. We do have good soils, good weather, the sun, of course, and we are working as one of our strategies on the road infrastructure. Alongside the advantages we have in the agricultural section is, of course, the minerals. We have one of the largest abundance of minerals in Zimbabwe, from gold, platinum, lithium, the largest deposit of lithium, one of the largest in Zimbabwe. Now, having said that, we have looked at the National Development Strategy 1, which was launched by our president last year. And key for us in industry is moving up the value chain. We have developed strategies that are focusing on the production of leather, textiles, and of course, focusing on the agro-processing area. The key issues now within industry in our post-COVID recovery plan is firstly to address the issues to do with renewable energy. So Zimbabwe is a developing country, having gone through this deindustrialization process, but gifted with natural resources. Our new strategy now looks at new forms of renewable energy. Already in industry, we are taking advantage of the abundance of sunlight that we have in Zimbabwe and using that solar technology in industry development, as well as in agriculture and in mining. We have also embraced the Green Industry Initiative with the support of UNIDO. We hope that we'll be able to get more technical support in developing this strategy. We're also looking at electrical industrial policy, as well in terms of mobility, and also our market readiness framework. Ladies and gentlemen, what we are looking for as a developing country in Zimbabwe with so many natural resources is collaboration. We are seeking immediate support in climate proof of our existing industries. And secondly, seeking support in integrating the resilience into industrialization policy and plans. In terms of our natural environment, we would of course be looking at the wildlife that we have in Zimbabwe and ensuring that we are able to protect the wildlife, But not only that, looking at how our people are able to benefit from improved livelihoods. Let me also just point out that when we look at technology in the rural areas, it's largely still the old way of plowing, the old way of providing food for the family. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to say that we have introduced sustainable agriculture, which is already beginning to show increased yields in production. Now, in closing, let me just emphasize that the need for collaboration and also capacity building, and encouraging everyone, as my last point, to please do visit Zimbabwe, as we will be looking forward to hosting other members of UNIDO, perhaps in the near future. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Definitely collaboration, and UNIDO being the right place for such collaboration and working together with others, sharing experiences the way you did that with us this morning. Thank you for inputs. Moving to Ms. Srivastava, I hope the connection is working, and asking what are the most promising development pathways for a carbon-constrained world, and where is the low-hanging fruit that should be the focus of post-COVID recovery? The stage is yours. Good evening to you.
Thank you very much, and it's a real pleasure for me to be here on this platform and to be able to share some of our views from IASA. Let me start by sharing a few slides and then maybe a couple of minutes of general comments. I hope my slides are visible.
Yes.
So I wanted to start by reminding ourselves of the fact that, which at this point probably is not required given that we have just come out of COP26. However, the fact that we are very fast running out of our carbon budget. If we look at a 50% probability of our being able to stay within the 1.5 degrees Celsius temperature range, we have about 500 gigatons of CO2 budget that is still left with us. And with the current emission levels that we have today, this budget is likely to be exhausted in the next 10 years. Even if we were to put in place very stringent emissions reductions, I think this budget will probably last for another 20 to 30 years, which is why the net zero initiatives that we are looking at for 2050 actually become so critically important. IASA, along with several other leading research institutions across the world, have engaged in a new activity recently, and I wanted to very quickly share a couple of slides from there, where we have tried to see how is it that we can achieve the 1.5 degrees Celsius target that we have without necessarily having an overshoot, because an overshoot really represents the fact that you are allowing yourself to have the luxury of going beyond the budgetary space that is available to you, keeping the end century target in place really, and allowing yourself to pull back from that temperature increase by using carbon removal technologies in a sense. So in these scenarios were very interesting because they allowed us to see what would be required and whether we can actually meet and stay within the 1.5 degrees Celsius goal by not exceeding the budgets or the temperature ranges at any point in the future that we are looking at. And as you can see over here, the gray range in the chart on the left really shows where we are in terms of the NDCs. Definitely not a happy scenario. The red arrow, which is pointing downwards, really shows the set of scenarios that allow for the overshoot, and the blue scenarios, the blue arrow is really showing the scenarios which do not allow for this kind of an overshoot or minimize it to the extent possible. So this paper that has recently been published in Nature Climate Change demonstrates the fact that it is possible for us to do that, but it is possible for us to do that only by engaging in very rapid reductions in emissions, as our colleague from IRENA also mentioned. And it is also possible by making huge investments in the early parts of the year, of this time period that we are looking at. The interesting part of these scenarios, these new scenarios that have been developed, is that when you look at economic losses and gains, so although the investments in the early part, which means starting now for the next 8 to 10 years or a little more, are going to be very high, the returns, the impact in terms of GDP loss would also be high, but over the longer period, it is going to be significantly lower. What you see in this chart over here is a comparison of the percentage change in GDP in the within budget scenarios to the outside budget scenarios. I'm providing my own simplified names over here. But basically, it is comparing and contrasting these two sets of scenarios, one where overshoot is allowed and one where overshoot is not allowed. And when overshoot is not allowed, you do have a higher loss on GDP in the initial years, but this is more than compensated from the year 2040 onwards. And if you actually look at the total period between now and 2100, the total GDP is always higher in the no overshoot scenarios as compared to the scenarios which allow overshoot to take place. So long-term GDP is higher without reliance on net negative emissions and without overshoot. I think this is an important point which also speaks to the role that industry has to play in enabling us to meet and to stay within this 1.5 degrees Celsius target at all times. So they have a very significant role to play. The final slide that I would like to share with you really speaks to the fact that while a lot of scenarios in the past have focused primarily on the supply side with little attention to the demand side, today I think we have new sets of scenarios that allow us to also integrate the demand side options and social options much more lucidly in these new scenarios. Changes in consumer preferences, generational change and change in materialism that is taking place, the new business models that we are talking about, the role of digitization, and so on, I think have been much better modeled. And that's another reason why we have been able to avoid overshoot in these scenarios. With that kind of a macro picture, I did want to come back to the other question that you asked of me, which is, what can we learn from COVID and also from these scenarios? To me, it seems that we have a significant opportunity available to us today to correct some of the mistakes that we had in the past. And here I would like to focus on the role of industry. We do need to move from past production patterns and possibly focus much more squarely on higher quality production, but maybe not with so much volume. So really produce products where we are producing products and technologies that are going to last for a significantly longer period of time, which would enable us to move more rapidly towards a circular economy, but at the same time also focus on the development of a much stronger service economy. And I think particularly for the developing world, but also for the developed world, I think some of the negative implications of climate mitigation on industry can possibly be offset by some degree of restructuring of the sector as a whole. But this point is also emphasized by the experience that we had in COVID and the very rapid adaptation that we had to do to the responses to COVID. And here again, I think we saw very clearly the enormous amount of innovation that took place, both in industry as well as in society. There was a mushrooming of the small and medium enterprise sector. There were several new service sectors that came up or were strengthened enormously. And digitization had a very key role to play in this kind of transformation that we saw, that allowed us to continue to grow, allowed us to provide jobs, allowed us to provide livelihoods to people. To ensure that we are able to sustain this will obviously require a lot more effort and a lot more support from governments and from organizations like UNIDO. The small and medium enterprise sector was very badly hit as far as COVID is concerned, but some of these newer opportunities also showed the way to what an alternative future for this sector can also be like. Excuse me. In sum, how we deal with both climate change and events like COVID, which are likely to arise again in the future, hopefully not, also depends a lot on the context in which we are. But I think across contexts, both developing countries and developed countries, industry restructuring, industry reorienting itself towards a much greater degree of circularity, I think is going to be critically important. And UNIDO has a very, very important role to play in driving the world towards a new industrial model and protecting all of us from the impacts of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wonderful insights, and definitely an important note that you made on the economic losses and gains. And we hope we will have the opportunity to see more of your slides. And now I'm very honored to be able to personally here on the floor welcome Her Excellency Bogosian and ask a question concerning Uruguay. Uruguay is a world leader in the deployment of renewable energy and currently generates over 98% of its electricity from renewable resources. What has been the key to your success, both from the perspective of progressive government policy and innovative approaches adapted to industry? We're looking forward to your insights.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all the panelists. Thank you, Mrs. Prodanovic. Well, for the first part of your question, the infrastructure development of renewables in Uruguay goes back to the end of the 19th century with the building and operation of the first hydropower plant in South America, at that time designed to serve the mining industry. Later on, in 1979, the bilateral agreement between Uruguay and Argentina for the joint exploitation of the bordering Uruguay River with the hydropower plant of Salto Grande was the decisive milestone in Uruguay's path towards renewables. Nowadays, this path has consolidated and develops further, adding sustainability criteria to the energy mix through the steadfast incorporation of non-conventional renewable energies. Much has been said about the commitment at the broadest national level that resulted in the energy strategy in 2008, where the combination of available renewable energy resources and non-conventional ones was singled out as a priority. The latter has enabled the accelerated and successful transformation of the energy mix. Uruguay adopted a free and competitive scheme as far as the incorporation of renewable energy sources is concerned. The adoption and incorporation of renewables in the process consisted of several stages, ranging from the evaluation and assessment of the availability of resources to adjustments in the regulatory framework for renewables, from streamlining targeted renewables investment promotion schemes to defining competitive market conditions for the electricity purchases from different sources and suppliers. Briefly, the development of renewable energies in Uruguay has been possible by a joint and coordinated interinstitutional and multi-stakeholder effort, supported by the government, the public utilities, the academia, and the private sector alike. The impact of this energy revolution can be assessed during different approaches. For instance, decentralization. The map of energy generation has changed radically in the last 15 years from a centralized generation model with 4 dams in the central northern region, plus fossil generation in the metropolitan area around the capital city, Montevideo, to a generation system spread out over the country. Thus, decentralization together with electrification and digitalization are the trends that are changing the paradigm. Secondly, Uruguay's positioning in the region and in the world has changed. One of the most remarkable impacts in relation to the incorporation of renewable energies refers to the role of our country in the region. As a matter of fact, from 2013 to date, Uruguay evolved from being a regional electrical power sink to being a net and sustainable electricity exporter. Likewise, the role of renewables places Uruguay today, after Denmark, as the second country in the world in terms of participation of variable renewable sources, like wind or solar photovoltaic in the energy mix. This is very positive when we look at it from a historical statistical perspective. Since 1965, the country has been continuously registering data on the national energy demand and consumption. When we compare the oil consumption in barrels of oil during this period, oil demand has remained relatively constant, increasing only by 5%, while the population has grown by 30% and GDP has threefolded. Other positive outcomes of this process have been the creation of green jobs and the internationalization of local companies. The early development of renewable energies in Uruguay has created the conditions for a number of engineering companies to become active in several countries in the Latin American region. Our preferred examples of innovative approaches adopted by industry in the deployment of renewables are, for instance, the implementation of the concept producer-consumer, the prosumer concept. Back in 2010, Uruguay developed a specific framework for the promotion of microgeneration, enabling the two-way exchange of energy between consumers and the low-voltage grid at the national level. Many small-sized industries within this framework have installed power generation capacity for self-consumption and for trading of surpluses into the grid. In 2014, this mechanism was extended to allow own generation at medium voltage for self-consumption, namely prosumer. At present, the main source of renewable energy at the national level is biomass, so that most of the energy is industry-generated, mostly through cogeneration. In terms of wind power generation, and upon completion of the development of large-scale wind power parks, the country decided to promote a scheme for industrial power generation in order to create more competitive conditions for the industry. Now, looking into the future, let us briefly refer to the second stage in Uruguay's energy transition. Renewables are not an end in themselves, but a means to achieve energy sovereignty, to have a positive impact on local development, and to decarbonize the economy. The next step is to advance in the electrification and therefore decarbonization of the transport sector and industrial for thermal uses, which are currently responsible for most of the country's fossil fuel consumption. In addition to this, the country has surpluses of renewables that could be used to supply additional or interruptible demands, which are currently covered with fossil resources, for instance, fuel oil or natural gas for heating or thermal purposes. In order to deal with power surpluses, a set of alternatives are being developed, trying to link sectors through the so-called power-to-X technologies. Uruguay is creating conditions for the development of this type of technology and has recently received support from the joint SDG fund. Among these technical alternatives within Power-to-X is green hydrogen. Based on the accumulated experience in the transformation of the electricity sector, Uruguay is progressing in the development on hydrogen from renewable sources. We believe that green hydrogen will greatly impact the international agenda, and we expect the hydrogen economy will generate new partnerships and changes in trade patterns. These developments may lay the foundations for cooperation with strategic partners interested in investing and promoting renewable energy generation in our country and for the region. We are confident UNIDO can play a very significant role in contributing to bring this ambitious agenda forward. And I thank you.
Thank you very much. Definitely, yes. Finally, we can really hear the applause. Thank you for your contribution and telling us more about this exceptional example, what you have achieved in Uruguay. Thank you for being with us. Moving to Mr. Daniel Kamen and looking at the scaling solutions, based on your experience advising senior leadership at the Department of State and now at USAID, what do you see as the most important next steps for scaling up the deployment of renewables to keep the Paris objectives in reach? And what role does industry need to play? How can organizations such as UNIDO, of course, best support a just and equitable transition? The floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much. I will also share some slides to illustrate some of the points, but I, like the other speakers, I very much appreciate the chance to speak, and I'm delighted to follow some of my good friends and colleagues in commenting. I'll try to put the questions that you just asked in the context of the African experience, and that's both because as you know in the beginning, I've recently joined the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, and specifically the Power Africa program. But these comments are also more broad for other industrializing countries. Power Africa is a program that was stood up under the Obama administration, actually, while I was serving in the Secretary of State's office as the science envoy. Currently, I'll comment briefly on what has taken place in terms of these questions about what can UNIDO do in terms of fostering not only a clean energy transition, but a just transition, meaning one that decreases the massive inequality that we see around the planet today. And Africa is probably the prime place to talk about this, because Africa today is less than 3% of global greenhouse gas emissions. But if population and demographic and economic growth trends continue, by mid-century, Africa could actually be the dominant continent in terms of both emissions and population. So it is truly a continent that sits exactly at the nexus of low climate demand, low climate impact now, but potentially massive climate impact later on. COP26 was in many ways pivotal for Africa. And I'll highlight that in terms of both the current work that the U.S. government is doing with African partners via the Power Africa program, but more broadly, what we've seen from African governments. As a microcosm, Power Africa is a component of USAID, but it links across multiple U.S. agencies. You can see in the bottom right, USAID, but State Department, Department of Commerce, Department of Energy, the Treasury, the Millennium Challenge Corporation, and then a variety of investment funds, U.S. Department of Agriculture, the Development Finance Corporation, and others. Power Africa's goal is to facilitate through direct financing and through partnerships with both the private sector, partners in Europe and elsewhere, 30,000 megawatts of new power capacity across the continent, and 60 million new connections. So far, Power Africa has directly contributed to 12,000 new megawatts, and again, this goal of 30,000 new megawatts by 2030. I want to highlight that in several levels. This is more than 130 individual power projects across the continent, and they really span the images you can see here, from off-grid, small energy projects, household level, but also mini-grid programs. Some of these are individual solutions, but some of these are mini-grids that are, like you heard before, prosumers. These are mini-grids that provide local energy services in areas that are either under the grid, neglected by the grid, or too expensive to connect, but many of them are now grid interactive. So these mini grids are indeed prosumers. The middle picture you can see here is the investment capacity that we've done in transmission across the continent, a number of major transmission lines, not only within countries, but in particular within Africa's 3 power pools, the SADC region, the Southern African Power Coordinating Area, and the East and the West African power cooperatives. In addition, most of Power Africa's investments with our partners, both in the public and private sector, have been in renewables over the last 5 years. Almost 80% of total investments have been in the renewable sector. As you can see, both an example of large-scale solar projects and large-scale wind projects. In fact, one of the projects, the Lake Turkana wind farm in Kenya, is emblematic of this process. It was funded both by investments by Power Africa, but also by the Kenyan government and funds that was received from the World Bank. And in fact, the largest wind farm in sub-Saharan Africa is the Lake Turkana wind farm. It would not have been possible without both the Kenyan effort, but also the effort to not only build the wind farm in an exceptionally high productive wind area, but also by building the needed transmission capacity. And when I was at the World Bank in 2010 and 11, as the director of renewables, we partnered with Ethiopia and Kenya to build that transmission line and to link it through the Lake Turkana wind farm. That one farm now provides up to 18% of Kenya's total generation mix. And so this is an example of the partnerships that we see as critical. And if we look at both the good from the Glasgow conference and also the bad, the very strong comments by the climate youth and by many disenfranchised ethnic minority groups that highlighted the degree to which much of the dialogue was not directly meeting their needs. In fact, the 2 most dramatic announcements in my own personal opinion that come out of the COP were not some of the large-scale efforts. Certainly there was important discussions around methane and other topics, but it was the focus on a just transition. So one of the organizations stood up during the conference, the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, is a commitment to support the development of 10,000 mini grids and to mobilize several $billion in new investments, largely from Rockefeller Foundation, from IKEA Foundation, from the Bezos Earth Fund, and now others to provide those funds. And we've seen that mini grids can be built more quickly and more directly address both the industrial and the household needs of consumers. South Africa announced a just transition pathway, and this is of course a coal-fired economy today. And South Africa immediately received pledges from the EU, Germany, UK, and the US for over $8.5 billion of direct funding to contribute to that process. Nigeria, and this is a picture you see here with 2 of the ministers of state from both power and environment, myself, the director of Power Africa, the coordinator of Power Africa, and the United Nations Special Representative for Energy Access, Damola Ogunyubi, at the COP. Nigeria announced a decarbonization plan for 2060, commensurate with China's plan. And what we've seen in the most recent announcements are a multi-government effort to provide clean distributed energy for up to the 100,000 health clinics across the continent that either have unreliable or no power or too expensive power today. These are all elements of not only the just transition, but the place where UNIDO can play a critical role is that many of these are efforts where local industry partnered at these sites of mini grids is both an opportunity to build not only economic strength by overbuilding and essentially building systems larger than the health clinics need, but to make them sources of IT, Wi-Fi connection, power for small industry, opportunities to provide gender and ethnic diversity in the economic markets. And it's an opportunity to make industrial development follow this pattern of both large centralized systems, but also distributed systems. And this is really one of the opportunities that's in front of us today. And now that we have seen the first COP26 in Glasgow, where the total commitment by industrialized nations hit the Paris target of that 100 billion a year. That has to be delivered, and that has to be sustained with an annual investment. But this is the first time since the Paris COP when that target, that promissory note was hit. And so we have the first indication that we have a chance to make it to those goals. Africa, again, needs those investments, as we heard from the case from Zimbabwe, but critically, we need a plan that takes advantage of renewable resources because, as we've now seen, they are, for almost everywhere in the world, cheaper to build new solar and wind projects than to simply operate existing fossil fuel projects. That's a finding that was released earlier this year by Bloomberg New Energy. And even when you include storage, the prices for those renewable projects are often at or below the level of simply operating, not building new, but operating fossil projects. So I welcome the dialogue to come. This agenda for an African clean energy sector that emphasizes really concrete aspects of the just transition is really what we at Power Africa and USAID are focused on. And for anyone who wants copies of these, you can download these slides, both from the USAID website, but in particular from the one you see at my university home, University of California, Berkeley, rail.berkeley.edu. I look forward to the dialogue both today and later on. So thank you so much for the chance to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kamen, for your research and the results that you have shared with us, and definitely clearly saying that partnerships are critical for scaling of these results. On that sense, I would like now to give the stage to Mr. Mtairach from UNIDO to exactly talk about that, the role that UNIDO can have and in positioning itself to take some of these challenges and opportunities in its future programmatic activities in support of member states, basically recapping our discussion today. The floor is yours.
Good morning, and thank you, Selma. And thank you to all our distinguished panelists for the varied inputs and insight, and for also tuning in at very difficult times. I know Professor Daniel joined us at maybe 12 midnight from California. Thank you very much, all of you. Excellencies and distinguished participants, indeed, what we heard today points to the enormous task ahead of us in terms of ensuring that future industrialization is climate compatible and contributes to both prosperity but also climate benefits, both on the mitigation of CO2 emissions, but also in terms of supporting resilient economies. UNIDO has been active and continue to be active on various dimensions of aligning industrial development activities with climate action. But we know we need to do more along with our partners today, but also in partnership with our member states. That is why we are very pleased with the proposed resolution at this General Conference to launch a coordinated and comprehensive process to tackle the climate agenda across the various functions of the organization, from technical cooperation to the normative role that we play to policy advice in the broader context of UNIDO's role and mandate on advancing inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Without getting into the details of the strategy process, allow me to outline three levels of ambitions that we aim to work together with, that also transpired from the conversation today. The first one is the imperative we just heard, that future patterns of industrialization and related physical infrastructure, energy or transport or other critical infrastructure must deliver inclusive and sustainable development, but also must deliver climate benefit. Most of the enabling infrastructure for industrialization, we know that most of the enabling infrastructure for industrialization is yet to be built, and we know most of the investments will take place in developing and emerging markets. So this is the time to make sure the direction of these investments locks us into sustainable patterns, enhance resilience to climate impacts, and put us on path toward net zero economies by mid-century. Coherence and coordination between industrial policy and climate policy is vital at this juncture, and here where UNIDO policy advice needs to be sharper, clearer, and evidence-based. The second ambition is what we also heard in terms of the innovation potential of industry as a leading force in the transition to net zero economies by mid-century. As highlighted in the interventions from the panelists, industry needs to play its role through innovation, technology, upgrading, and investment. But this is one part of the story. The other part of the story is that climate-related technologies and services, as Lena highlighted from IASA, will constitute the largest product and service markets in history. And we need to ensure developing and least developed countries have the capabilities and opportunities to experience, to participate in these future promising markets. And that is where, building on UNIDO's experience and expertise, we see further efforts needed to work with member states and partners on strengthening ecosystems and institutions for homegrown clean tech and adaptation innovation, increase participation of the private sector and their access to finance, and support connectivity, support their connectivity to global markets for low carbon manufactured products and services. And also, of course, address the demand side, as Lena has highlighted. Thirdly, what Dan also referred to, our transition must and need to be just and inclusive. Our vision is that both men and women, young and old, actively participate in and benefit from the opportunities created by the transformation to low carbon and climate resilient industrial development. This demands deliberate actions and coordinated strategies to ensure the building blocks are in place for an inclusive approach. Again, UNIDO sees climate action and gender mainstreaming uncompromisingly connected, and we will pursue these in a mutually inclusive or integrated manner. That's my message from today, and thank you, Selma, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. It's been a great pleasure. And yes, we can have a round of applause while we are here. Thank you. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to finish this session. It has been great insights, and I would really like to thank the experts, panelists, speakers we had from countries all across the world, showing the examples, showing great strategies and how things can be done and changed. And it is I'm personally delighted to have been able to moderate such an important panel. I hope the discussion, I had hoped we would have a lot of time to talk and more. I hope you will connect with the speakers, experts, fill on their knowledge, reach out to them, and I definitely hope that you were inspired with specific actions you can take in your countries and across the members towards climate-related activities and a better future. Thank you very much for being with us, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
أصحاب المعالي، والسعادة.
Excellencies,
حضرة الزملاء،
Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, everyone. I call to order the 9th plenary meeting of the 19th session of the General Conference.
Our discussion in the closing plenary of this conference, I would like to update you on the meeting of the General Committee just held concerning ad hoc decision-making by the conference. The General Committee wishes to underline that information note number 93 circulated by the Secretariat on the 1st December 2021 be treated only as food for thought. Overall, the current rules of procedure continue to form the basis of the work of the General Conference. After careful consideration of the views expressed by the delegations attending the 19th session of the General Conference, the General Committee recommends to close the discussion of this matter. Thank you. We will now proceed with the closing plenary. وأود الآن أن أعيد
I would now like to revisit the work of the main committee and invite its chair, Her Excellency Ambassador Dominika Kroes from Poland, to inform us of the results achieved in the main committee. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished delegates, Excellencies, I would like to express my appreciation to all delegates for entrusting me with the task of chairing the main committee. In particular, I wish to thank those delegates who have participated actively in the work of the committee and without whose commitment to our task we would not have the consensus texts now before us. I would also like to express my gratitude to the Vice Chair, Mr. Hazem Zaki of Egypt, for his valuable support to the work of the committee. Distinguished delegates, a brief written report has been issued on the work of this committee, contained in document GC19/24, which has been circulated electronically. The report presents a factual account of decisions and resolutions adopted. I should like to mention that the work of the committee was conducted with a notable spirit of cooperation and compromise on the part of all groups and delegates. The texts that the committee agreed to recommend to the plenary for adoption are contained in documents GC19/L2 Addendum 1. The draft decisions and resolutions contained therein speak for themselves and therefore require no further introduction. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, before I conclude, I would like to once again express my sincere gratitude to all delegations and to the Secretariat who have participated and given me the fullest support in the work of the main committee. I thank you, Mr. President.
شكراً جزيلاً.
Thank you very much for this report. I would also like to thank the participants of the main committee and in particular its chair and vice chair for their excellent work. I now propose that we consider the draft decisions and resolutions emanating from the main committee one by one, according to the documentation we have before us. But before we take them up, I would like to announce that 4 decisions and 3 resolutions were submitted to the conference from the main committee. Under the remaining agenda items, no draft decisions or resolutions have been submitted for consideration by the conference. I therefore propose that the conference takes note of the information contained in the documentation submitted under those items where no decision or resolution was brought forward. Is there any objection to this proposal?
There is objection. أعطي الكلمة الآن.
I now give the floor to the Ambassador of China. You have the floor.
Sorry, interpreter can't hear the ambassador of China.
سعادة السفير.
Your Excellency, Ambassador.
There is no song. Please, you have the floor. You have the floor. Do you hear me?
We should wait a minute. We should wait a minute.
Hello, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Ambassador, Excellence.
Yeah, hello, can you hear me now? Does it work?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So happy to see you, Mr. Chairman. And in the light of your introduction just now, in relation to the resolutions and decisions to be adopted, that is a full resolution to be adopted and the 3 draft resolutions, draft decision to be adopted. Given that we haven't seen the documents circulated, which contain the resolutions and decision to be adopted. So could you briefly explain to me or clarify what are the four draft resolution to be adopted and what are the three draft decision to be adopted. Grateful if you could just orally read out the names of the titles of those resolution and the decision to be adopted. Grateful. Thank you.
شكرا لسعادة السفير الصين.
Thank you, Your Excellency. All of the decisions and resolutions will be presented one after the other. While adding that all of the resolution texts were distributed to the member states through the email.
إذن نعود.
Let us go back to our agenda item. Is there any objection to this proposal? The proposal that I have previously shared with you? I see none. It is so decided. Furthermore, I remind the conference that under Agenda Item 6, appointment of the Director General, 2 decisions were adopted in plenary on Tuesday morning. Let us now take up the consideration of those draft decisions and resolutions submitted by the main committee, which are all contained in document GC.19/L2 and in GC 19/L2 add 1 as well as in GC 19/L2 add 2. I also invite you to begin with agenda item 11, financial matters, under which we have 3 draft decisions associated with the respective sub-items.
أعطي الكلمة لسعادة.
I would like to give the floor to the Ambassador of China. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We were very much confused about the messages brought out, especially I do not know whether it's a result of interpretation or not, but what is important is that we should be clearer on the basis of the documents circulated by the Secretariat. We are grateful to them, but on this basis, to make sure, especially that we understand what are the resolutions to be adopted, what decisions to be adopted. Grateful if you explain, tell us the name or the title of the full resolution to be adopted and the title of the 3 decisions to be adopted. Just number 1, what is the resolution to be adopted? Number 2, what is to be adopted? So as to help member states understand better, I would thank you for your efforts in anticipation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will give the floor to the Secretariat, please.
Excellency, thank you very much. Good morning. I'd just like to confirm that what we do is we go through the decisions resolutions one by one, call upon them, and ask the General Conference to take note and consider its decision by the non-objection basis, actually. So in this sense, the decisions and resolutions which are in the documents GC19 L.2 and GC 19/L.2 addendum 1 are called one by one and hence respectively decided. As per the report of the chair of the main committee, Her Excellency Ambassador Kreuz, from Poland, we do understand that there have been discussions on some proposals, but no consensus has been reached, and hence the chair of the main committee has not forwarded those texts where no consensus has been reached to the General Conference for final adoption by the conference, and hence it is not in the decision-making process this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. نعود الآن إلى سعادة سفير الصين.
The floor is to the Honorable Ambassador of China.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our point is very simple. Could you tell us the names, the titles of the draft resolutions and decisions to be adopted by the General Conference? The documents I have received, I'm not sure whether there's a gap between those documents I have received and the documents circulated. Could you simply read out the titles of the draft resolutions and decisions to be adopted by consensus by the General Conference? Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. We will proceed by telling every resolution with its title, one by one, what are going to do now. لننظر الآن في مشاريع المقررة.
Let us now look into the draft decisions and resolutions submitted on behalf of the main committee and that are all included in document GC.19/.2 and in document GC.19L.2 add 1. I now invite you to begin with agenda item 11, financial matters, under which we have 3 draft decisions associated with the respective sub-items. Under the first sub-item 11A, scale of assessments of member states, I am submitting 1 draft decision for consideration. Is there any objection to the adoption of this draft? I see none. The draft decision is adopted. Under sub-item 11B, financial situation of UNIDO, 1 draft decision has been submitted. Are there any objections to the adoption of this draft? I see none. The draft decision is adopted. Under sub-item 11C, Working Capital Fund, I am also submitting one draft decision. Are there any objections to the adoption of this draft? I see none. The draft under sub-item 11C is adopted. Finally, I am submitting one draft decision under sub-item 11D, appointment of an external auditor. Are there any objections to the adoption of this draft? I see none. The draft decision is adopted. We have concluded the consideration of agenda item 11. Let us now resume the consideration of item 12, Program and Budgets 2022-2023, under which one draft decision was submitted. Are there any objections to the adoption of this draft? I see none. It is adopted. We have concluded the consideration of agenda item 12. Under agenda item 17, UNIDO, Gender Equality and the Empowerment of Women, we have one draft resolution entitled UNIDO, Gender Equality and the Empowerment of Women. Are there any objections to the adoption of this draft? I see no objections. The resolution is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. Norway and Mexico submitted the resolution on gender equality and the empowerment of women. We firmly believe that in order to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, it is crucial to systematically mainstream a gender perspective in the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. In this regard, we appreciate the progress UNIDO has made as stated in the resolution. I would like to thank the Mexican delegation for the great cooperation and partnership we have had working with this resolution. It has been a real pleasure from the beginning to the end. We would also like to express our thanks and gratitude to the delegations that have co-sponsored the resolution. They are Argentina, Chile, Costa Rica, Finland, Japan, Panama, Sweden, Uruguay, EU and its member states, Dominican Republic, and Thailand. Mr. President, despite challenging circumstances caused by the pandemic, the consultations have taken place in a constructive manner. We are grateful for that. We would like to thank all delegations for their constructive engagement and support. Finally, we would also like to extend our gratitude to the gender team in UNIDO and to the Secretariat for the technical assistance received before and during the informals. Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا لكم على
Thank you, Madam, for this information. It will be reflected in the final report of the conference. We have concluded the consideration of agenda item 17. Mexico.
Thank you very much, President. Sorry to interrupt. Sorry to halt proceedings. I simply wish to briefly, on behalf of my delegation, express its gratitude to the conference, to all UNIDO member states for lending their support allowing for consensus-based adoption of this report, which will ensure full validity to the recommendations contained in the 2022 IDB report to be issued by UNIDO, and above all, because we are of the view that this will serve to help all of our societies. Gender equality is in the interest of all of our societies and in the interest of our inclusive and sustainable industrial development. And naturally, my delegation is very grateful to all for their professionalism, their vision, and the commitment shown by Norway in particular, committed to the principle of gender equality, and also once again to thank all co-sponsors and the entire UNIDO family. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for this intervention. It will be also reflected in the final report of the conference. We have concluded. The floor goes to the Dominican Republic.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
You have the floor, Ambassador, please.
No, I'm not the ambassador. Thank you, Chair. I'm Mr. Consular. Well, only want to make the point that we have also co-sponsored this resolution, and I think we are not in the list of co-sponsors. We have sent an email to the Secretariat and to the delegations like 3 days ago. If you can check this. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you for this intervention. It will be reflected as well in the final report of the conference. Now the floor goes to Armenia.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Excellencies, colleagues. We also would like to thank the Norway and Mexico for tabling this resolution, and Armenia would like to join the co-sponsors of this resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. We will also take into account your intervention.
I give the floor to Ecuador.
Thank you very much, President. Ecuador would also like to express its support for Norway's proposal, the Norwegian and Mexican proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will take into account this intervention as well. I give the floor to Peru.
Good morning, President. First of all, allow me to thank the delegations of Mexico and Norway for this proposal. It's a very important initiative and one which gives us great pleasure to co-sponsor too. Thank you very much, President.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We will also take into account your intervention. We have now concluded the consideration of agenda item 17. Under item 21, sub-item C, UNIDO strategy in response to climate change, I'm submitting one draft resolution for adoption entitled UNIDO activities, development of UNIDO strategy in response to climate change. Is there any objection to its adoption? I see none. Therefore, the draft resolution is adopted. We now resume the consideration of agenda item 23, UNIDO activities related to the Abu Dhabi Ministerial Declaration for the Least Developed Countries. We have one draft resolution under this item entitled Vienna Ministerial Declaration for the Least Developed Countries. Are there any objections to the adoption of this draft? I see none. The resolution is therefore adopted. As I see it, the resolution is adopted. We have concluded the consideration of agenda item 23. Let us now take up agenda item 27. Under this item, I'm submitting one draft decision to the conference titled UNIDO Staff Pension Committee. Is there any objection to the adoption of this draft? There is no objection, as I see it. The draft decision is therefore adopted. We have concluded the consideration of agenda item 27. Finally, let us take up agenda item 29, date and place of the 20th session. Under this agenda item, I'm submitting a draft decision bearing the same title. Are there any objections to the adoption of this draft? I see none. The decision is adopted. We have thus concluded the consideration of agenda item 29. We have also now concluded the consideration of the draft decisions and resolutions that were submitted on behalf of the main committee by its chair. Distinguished delegates, we have reached the last item on our agenda. Costa Rica has the floor.
Buenos días.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'd simply like to make a brief declaration on behalf of Austria and Costa Rica. First of all, I would like to thank Ambassador Dominika Kroes, Vice Chair of the Main Committee, and to thank the Delegate of Egypt for all of the efforts deployed over the past week in order to reach a consensus on the resolution entitled Accelerating the Implementation of the Agenda for Sustainable Development, including climate action through the circular economy. As was duly informed by the chair of the main committee, we were unable to reach a consensus as such, but nevertheless, we would like to express our gratitude to all states who participated, as well as to thank the regional groups and the European Union for their commitment to working towards reaching a consensus in the form of a resolution that reflects the global consultations that have taken place over the past year and which are the matters of utmost importance for all of our states when it comes to the possibilities of providing the organization with an international agenda on the circular economy to facilitate dialogue, addressing innovation, good practices, and dialogue, addressing challenges, and also instilling principles underpinning the circular economy in industry. Unfortunately, once again, we were unable to reach a consensus, but we will continue working as the states that deposited this resolution over the coming months, working together with colleague states. But I wish to use this opportunity once again to thank all those who participated throughout the process, and finally also to thank the Secretariat for its commitment and support. We trust that on a near opportunity, on a near occasion, we will be able to reach a consensus on this matter. Thank you very much, President.
China, you have the floor, please.
Just now, I listened to the statement from the distinguished ambassador from Costa Rica with regard to the circular economy. We express our regret that we have failed to reach a consensus. When COVID-19 is raging, how do we create international consensus to promote circular economy is a common challenge that we have to face together. In this process, we should adopt different approaches. We should do something to promote international development initiatives. China proposed a global development initiative, the purpose of which is to promote SDG through the promotion of SDG to further promote the circular economy of all countries, especially the circular economy in the developing countries. Therefore, the concept of GDI in the promotion of circular economy of all countries is something very relevant. It is very, very important. We hope that the relevant parties countries concerned should not politicize the issue to address the issue by drawing a line with ideology. And this is an issue that has an impact related to the interests of the developing countries. We like to express our appreciation to the support we get in the consultation to reach this resolution. We hope in the future, by working constructively, by talking to each other, we hope that the concept will become deeply related in the international organizations, including UNIDO. Thank you, Mr. President.
Shukran.
I thank both ambassadors of Costa Rica and China for their interventions relating to this important issue. We have thus concluded the consideration of the draft decisions and resolutions that were submitted on behalf of the main committee by its chair. And we have reached the last item on our agenda, that is closure of the 19th. Pakistan has the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Very briefly, on this issue of draft resolution on circular economy, we believe that this was a very important initiative by the sponsors, and a lot of work has gone into this. UNIDO has also hosted a big conference on this. DG Li Yong has paid special attention because that is the challenge we are facing, and that is the future which we are heading towards, and circular economy is an important issue. And as said by our colleagues, Ambassador of Costa Rica and Ambassador of China, that we should continue our constructive engagement on this issue, and hopefully we will be able to adopt a resolution on this topic by consensus, because the initiatives which Chinese Ambassador referred Global Development Initiative is an important initiative. It provides a framework for cooperation, international cooperation, and support to the developing countries. So we look forward to constructive engagement in the future. And taking this opportunity, Mr. President, we'll appreciate your leadership and the way you have steered the conference. We express our deepest gratitude to you, to your team, and the Secretariat. Thank you.
Ecuador.
Thank you very much, President. Similar to previous delegations to take the floor, we are also of the view that the proposal on the circular economy is of particular relevance under Agenda 2030. And as such, while expressing our interest in continuing with this conversation, our policy opts for the circular economy. That is why we would be particularly keen in participating in these conversations, which we hope in the future will reach a consensus. Thank you.
Shukran.
Thank you. I thank His Excellency the Ambassador of Pakistan for his statement and the nice words he addressed to me. And I'd like also to thank Her Excellency the Ambassador of Ecuador for her statement. Distinguished delegates, we have reached the last item on our agenda, which is closure of the 19th session of the General Conference. I would now like, in this regard, to give the floor to Mr. Lee Yong, outgoing Director General of UNIDO, who will deliver his closing remarks. You have the floor, Director General.
President of General Conference, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. As the curtain falls on the 19th session of UNIDO General Conference, allow me to address you with a few remarks. The President of General Conference reminded us in his opening statement that a dream, when shared by many, may become a reality. We have gathered here this week, the whole week, united by our shared dream of building a better future. Our joint vision of this future is based on the strong international cooperation and understanding that inclusive and sustainable industrial development is critical to addressing the pressing global challenges that threaten livelihoods today and the well-being of the future generation. Many speakers this week confirm that recovery from COVID-19 pandemic needs to be socially inclusive, environmentally sustainable, while building long-term resilience. Collective action, multi-stakeholder partnerships are needed to harness the full potential of the fourth industrial revolution. Equal opportunities for women and their empowerment should take a leading role in this transformation, as well as the investment in youth and their skills. Of course, calls for climate action, a just energy transition, and that the circular economy were heard loudly and clearly. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this 19th session of General Conference is a special one, paving the path for the future of UNIDO. I would like to thank you for your contribution during and before the conference and for your active participation, be it here at the Vienna International Center or from our computers across the world. Let me congratulate the President and the Vice President of the conference for effective manner in which the plenary meetings were conducted. I also thank the chairperson of the main committee for her efforts and skill in seeking the consensus during the negotiations. I also thank the delegations for their important contributions to these important deliberations. I congratulate the chairman of the Accountants Chamber of Russia Federation for his appointment as the external auditor of UNIDO for the period of another 2 years from July 2022 onwards. I would like to thank wholeheartedly the heads of state and the government and the many ministers and eminent guests, as well as the representatives from academia and the private sector, and our moderators, esteemed panelists in the different thematic areas, events, and contributed to the success of this General Conference. Excellencies, dear colleagues, let me take this opportunity to express my appreciation to UNIDO colleagues who contributed to organization of the conference, the events, and virtual exhibition in such an extraordinary situation. And I would like to highlight the work of our colleagues in the PMO Secretariat who coordinated the efforts of the whole House, and a special thanks also goes to the interpreters, the UNOF Conference Service team, and technicians for their important contributions to a smooth running of this conference in a hybrid format. Please give them a big applause. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, your support, your guidance reassures us that we are on the right track and fulfill our mandate of inclusive and sustainable industrial development, which is SDG Goal 9. The General Conference 2013 in Lima, in Peru, successfully established the mandate of inclusive and sustainable industrial development, ISID in short, laying the foundation for SDG Goal 9. The General Conference 2019 in Abu Dhabi gave us clear guidance, setting our sights on the fourth industrial revolution and the role of UNIDO as a platform for private sector cooperation. As the world is still struggling with the COVID-19 pandemic and is aiming to recover from its disastrous consequences, this General Conference is really a milepost and also starting point for building a better future. The report, Our Common Agenda, presented by Secretary General of the United Nations in September this year, presented two scenarios, Excellencies, colleagues, a breakdown or a breakthrough for our future. That is our choice. I'm very pleased to hear the broad consensus in the statement of delegations, but also in the contribution by eminent experts in the thematic events. Firstly, that these challenges require global solidarity and accelerated global solutions that can only be achieved through the international cooperation, international partnership. And secondly, the reaffirmation of inclusive and sustainable industrial development. And thirdly, the important role of UNIDO, and a strong call for an important oriented, forward-looking organization which will contribute to the international development business. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we all heard the impressive, enthusiastic, and visionary statement of Mr. Mueller upon his appointment as the Director General of UNIDO. It is with full trust and confidence that we will be transferring the leadership of this organization onto his able hands. I see the bright future for UNIDO under his direction and the guidance of member states, all of you, and the expertise and the hard work of our UNIDO workforce, our staff. I thank you all very much for your dedication, your support to the organization, and the priority you have placed on achieving inclusive and sustainable industrial development. And I thank you for pursuing this dream, all of us, with all of us. Thank you very much. Thank you.
أصحاب السعادة.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my great pleasure to turn to the outgoing Director General, Mr. Lee Yong, to whom we want to pay a great tribute today. In this context, I would like to invite you to watch a short video.
My dream is to give young people living in similar poor conditions as I experienced in my childhood an opportunity to play a part, like me, in the global fight against poverty. This is my dream.
أصحاب المعالي.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, On behalf of this General Conference and on my own behalf, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to Mr. Lee Yong for his efforts and achievements that have allowed this organization to discharge its functions. Thank you very much, Mr. Director General. My dear friend, Lee Yong, for your dedication and your wisdom in fulfilling your mandate as best as possible. I wish you and your family good health and success in your future. Once again, on behalf of this General Conference, thank you. I wish now to invite Mr. Lee Yong and Ms. Luo to join me in front of the podium.
ويسرني الآن
I now have the pleasure to open the floor for tribute statements. First, I call upon our incoming Director General, Mr. Gerd Müller, to deliver his statement. You have the floor, sir.
Ja. Okay, everything okay. Dear President, ladies and gentlemen, no, stop. No, it works. President, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished members of the UNIDO General Conference, today we are saying thanks and farewell to Director General Lee Yong. His 8 years of successful work as the head of UNIDO have had a lasting impact on UNIDO. Li Yong identified new priorities. He strengthens the key role UNIDO plays in sustainable industrial development. It is thanks to his efforts that SDG 9 was included in its current form in the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Li Yong knew that industrial production must be environmentally sustainable and must be decarbonized. Li Yong recognized the role and importance of the private sector and private investors. The transformation of the energy systems and the development of infrastructure in developing countries will require massive additional investments in future. By promoting the establishment of industrial parks and the PCP program, UNIDO implemented important projects under Li Yong's leadership. I will continue to expand this work. Building a better future and building back better. That is our shared goal for our future work. Li Yong established contacts and created links around the world. This had made UNIDO a valued partner worldwide. We met when the German ITPO was set up in Bonn, and we successfully expanded our cooperation in the context of the Compact with Africa. My dear Li Yong, we all thank you very much, and we also thank the entire staff of UNIDO. And we will continue to need you in the future. You will return to China, but you will continue to be our friend and an ambassador for UNIDO's work. We will also need strong support from China in the future. Our appreciation, our thanks, and our friendship go to you. We want to thank you with a big round of applause and our very best wishes also to your wife and family. Ladies and gentlemen, a few remarks from me at the end. It was a special conference. Unfortunately, largely virtual due to the high infection rate in Vienna and the related lockdown. My special thanks go to the participants from our member states around the world for your dedicated contributions. We will consider your suggestions in our future work. I look forward and hope to meet you in person soon. Now we must do everything together to ensure that this terrible pandemic period comes to an end. I would like to thank Li Yong and the UNIDO team as well as the chairperson for the good organization and conduct of the meeting. The conference presidency was excellent. Thank you so much. Now, we know what to do and how to do. And UNIDO has the experts and best practice activities to promote green industrialization. The pandemic and the climate crisis must be a wake-up call for a shared responsibility and a stronger commitment to implement SDG Agenda 2030, to fight against pandemic and hunger, poverty, inequality, and create jobs. This can only be achieved together in a community. But we do need a new spirit, moving from talking to decisive action. Distinguished delegates, so let's go home with optimism. Thank you very much for participating at this successful conference. My very special thanks to all the ambassadors, delegates here and at home. I wish you good health and a good start to the new year. See you soon. All the best and goodbye. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Müller, for sharing your words with us. Excellencies, before giving the floor to the next speaker on my list, allow me to remind all speakers that we will limit statements to a maximum of 1 minute for delegations and 2 minutes for regional groups. Therefore, I urge you to respect the time allocated to speakers. The first speaker on my list is His Excellency Mr. George Bouchikian, Minister of Industry of Lebanon. You have the floor, sir. On behalf of Lebanon and the Lebanese Ministry of Industry, I would like to congratulate you on your hard work and extensive efforts throughout your mandate as the DG of UNIDO. Thanks to your wise leadership and strong vision, you have succeeded in promoting this organization, and by devising sound strategies, you have maintained the organization's effectiveness and resilience despite the COVID-19 pandemic and the economic crisis that have affected numerous states. As for Lebanon, we have had close and fruitful cooperation between the Ministry of Industry and the UNIDO office in Beirut. We sincerely hope that this cooperation will continue at the highest level so as to serve and achieve growth and development in the promising industrial sector of Lebanon. Once again, I would like to thank you for your cooperation and for all the help that the organization has provided Lebanon with. I wish you success in your new responsibilities and functions that you so aptly merit and deserve.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And now I would like to give the floor to His Excellency Cham Oresich, Minister of Industry, Science, Technology and Renewal, Cambodia.
Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as Mr. Leong is ending his term as UNIDO Director General in a few days' time, the Cambodian delegation would like to take this opportunity to thank him for his hard work to build and reform UNIDO to what it is today. Over the last 8 years, his stewardship of UNIDO has been characterized by innovative ideas, strategic thinking, and what is most valuable are his tireless efforts to increase the credibility and visibility of UNIDO in the regional and international arena. The resulting recognition has become an asset to UNIDO, and the relationship he has fostered with our development partners and stakeholders will ensure UNIDO to continue to be a beacon to advance sustainable industrial development solutions in our member states. Again, it is our pleasure on behalf of the Royal Government of Cambodia to thank Mr. Leong for his dedication and the great job he has accomplished during his 8-year term as Director General of UNIDO, and we wish him all the best in his future endeavors. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Walter Very, Vice Minister of Industry, Uruguay.
Thank you very much, President. On behalf of the government of Uruguay, I wish to convey our gratitude to Mr. Leong for his 8 years spent at the helm of UNIDO and to express our sincere gratitude for his efforts to retain the organization as a prompt and active driver of actions and programs geared towards achieving industrial, inclusive and sustainable development. We wish to express our gratitude for his leadership, for his management skills and organizational skills, which he has instilled upon the organization. The response to the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as the recovery initiatives undertaken by UNIDO, must be prized as part of his legacy as Director General. Our delegation of Uruguay, wishes Mr. Lee Young the very best in all of his future undertakings. Thank you very much.
شكرا لكم على الكلمة. والآن
Thank you, and now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Adam Nagy, Deputy State Secretary for Industrial Strategies and Regulation.
National capacity, let me thank Director General Lee Young for his dedicated and tireless work during his mandate and for his leadership in promoting inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Dear Director General, Hungary, as a founding member of this organization, has a long-standing partnership with UNIDO. During the last 8 years, we worked closely together with you, and you always could rely on my government's support. During your tenure of office, UNIDO and Hungary were able to carry out a number of projects successfully. We appreciate the progress made in sustainable industrial development with your leadership. Dear Director General, I have been there personally at the inauguration procedure back in 2014, and it was a pleasure for me to work with you. It has been a privilege working with you. My government and I personally wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا على كلمتكم.
Thank you. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Kirimi Kabaria.
فلتفضل.
For giving my delegation the floor. Allow me, on behalf of the Republic of Kenya, to extend our heartfelt appreciation to Mr. Lee Young as he vacates the office of Director General of UNIDO. I take this opportunity to sincerely commend him for his tireless effort, commitment, and also the immeasurable passion for inclusive and sustainable industrial development during his tenure as Director General, which ensured the developing countries are not left behind in development. In particular, we laud his vision for the implementation of the IDDA 3 and the expansion of the country program and the program for country partnership, including Kenya's self-starter PCP, launched in January 2021, which are critical development programs that are geared towards ensuring the attainment of not just industrial, but inclusive development in Africa. Mr. Lee Young, on behalf of Uhuru Kenyatta, the President of the Republic of Kenya, the government and people of Kenya, and on my own behalf, I wish you every bit of success and good health in your future endeavors. I once again thank you. I thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
شكرا لكم على الكلمة.
Thank you for this intervention, and now I would like to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Alejandro Solana Ortiz, Permanent Representative of Costa Rica and Chairman of the Group of 77.
77 and China, I wish to express our deepest gratitude to Dr. Lee Young for able and effective leading UNIDO as Director General over the last 8 years. His exemplary guidance, particularly during the onset of the continuing COVID-19 global pandemic in early 2020, has proven to be an instilling influence for the organization and its stakeholders. The group also wishes to commend Dr. Lee for the responsive vision he has endorsed to the organization, that despite the many challenges faced by UNIDO, he has remained relevant in advancing inclusive and sustainable industrial development. This vision is best exemplified by the country program and program for country partnership, which were implemented during Mr. Lee's tenure. The positive impact of the PCP on developing countries in particular is a truly notable achievement. Other initiatives that shine a light on UNIDO's relevance on climate change, gender parity, green and circular economy, as well as the introduction of resource-based budgeting, as a way to streamline the organization, among many others, are well implemented and will undoubtedly the positive contribution to the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and a worthy legacy of his term as Director General. As we bid Mr. Lee Yong farewell, and once again thank you for his outstanding work in UNIDO, the Grupo 77 and China wish him nothing but the best in all his future endeavors. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
شكرا لكم على كلمتكم والآن.
Thank you for this intervention. Now to give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Fawzia Mebarki, Permanent Representative of Algeria and Chair of the African Group.
Mr. President, on behalf of the Africa Group, I wish to express our deepest appreciation to Mr. Lee Yong for his commitment and exemplary leadership during his tenure as Director General of UNIDO. His steadfast management of the organization, including at the outbreak of the COVID-19 global pandemic, cannot go unmentioned as it ensured business continuity. The group also wishes to commend Mr. Lee Yong for his commitment to achieving inclusive and sustainable industrial development, which UNIDO is implementing in Africa through the IDDA3, the Program for Country Partnerships and the country programs. It is envisioned that these critical programs will have a measurable impact in developing countries, and as he always said it, no one is left behind and everyone in society has to benefit from industrial progress. Mr. Lee Yong was always at the forefront in ensuring that UNIDO contributed to the achievement of the goals of the 2030 Agenda. From streamlining the operations of the organization to introducing initiatives on key aspects such as climate change action, green and circular economy, Industry 4.0, gender, youth, and women involvement in development. As we bid farewell to Mr. Lee Yong today, the Africa Group once again thanks him for his outstanding work in UNIDO and wishes him all the very best in his future endeavors. Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for this intervention. Now I'd like to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Stefan Clement, the Permanent Representative of the EU and its Member States.
Mr. President, I have the honor to speak on behalf of the European Union and its Member States. The following countries align themselves with this statement: Turkey, the Republic of North Macedonia, Montenegro, Serbia, Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Norway, Ukraine, the Republic of Moldova, and Armenia. We would like to take this opportunity to thank Director General Lee Yong for his leadership in promoting inclusive and sustainable industrial development at the helm of UNIDO. Over the past years, UNIDO has positioned itself as an important player to advance the implementation of the Global Development Agenda, and its mandate is fully recognized under Sustainable Development Goal number 9. We greatly value UNIDO's work in fostering partnerships and integrating poverty eradication and climate action into its technical cooperation activities in a gender-responsive way, to ensure that no one is left behind. In particular, we appreciate the UNIDO Programme for Country Partnership, PCP, which has proven to be a valuable contribution to the enhanced implementation of the UN Development System reform at the country level, which the EU strongly supports, as well as to mobilization of resources to achieve a larger development impact. We wish Director General Lee Yong all the best in his future endeavors. Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا لكم على تدخلكم وأعطي الكلمة الآن.
Thank you for your intervention. Now I would like to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Wang Kun, Permanent Representative of China.
中方由衷赞赏李勇总干事这8年来为公发组织、为全球发展合作所做的积极贡献。2013年6月， 李勇先生就任公发总干事的时候，公发组织
When His Excellency Mr. Li Yong took office as DG in June 2013, UNIDO was confronted with unprecedented difficulties, with some countries withdrawing from UNIDO and others cutting their contributions. The organization was thus facing an uncertain future and unclear road ahead. Over the past 8 years, Director General Li Yong has steered UNIDO's course of active transformation and renewed advancement. During this period, UNIDO has made significant contributions to the promotion of sustainable industrial development worldwide and implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. China highly commends all this. Under Director General Li Yong's leadership, China has always maintained good cooperative relations with UNIDO. During his tenure, Director General Li Yong has continued to strengthen the cooperation between UNIDO and China and made positive contributions to this cooperation. For this, we also express our heartfelt thanks. We wish the Director General Li Yong and his family the best in all his future endeavors. Thank you.
شكرا.
Thank you, Excellency, for this intervention. Now I would like to give the floor to His Excellency Dr. Götz Schmidt-Bremer, the Permanent Representative of Germany.
Dear Mr. President, allow me to deliver this statement on behalf of the German Ambassador. Honorable Director General, Excellencies and colleagues, Germany fully supports what the permanent representative of the European Union just has said. Director General Li Yong, we have enjoyed working with you during the last 8 years. You have led UNIDO through some challenging tasks, and the last 2 years have been very difficult, as they have been marked by the COVID-19 pandemic and its consequences. Right from the beginning of your term, you showed guidance, leadership, and perseverance in the adoption of the 2013 Lima Declaration. The Lima Declaration made inclusive and sustainable industrial development UNIDO's main focus. It was new then, but it proved to be robust and was taken up again later by the Abu Dhabi Declaration. Further milestones under your responsibility were, to name just a few, the Programme for Country Partnership, the Risk Management Strategy, the Strategy for Gender Equality and the Empowerment of Women, and the opening of UNIDO's ITPO office in Bonn in Germany. You have strengthened UNIDO's organizational flexibility and its financial stability. We know that you have personally worked for optimal financial discipline, and you have been successful. Excellency, you have always been a competent and approachable leader. UNIDO's international reputation has improved during your term. The next Director General of UNIDO, Dr. Gerd Müller from Germany, will be able to build on your achievements. Thank you for all your work and for being a good partner. And I wish you only the very best for your future endeavors. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this intervention. And now I would like to give the floor to His Excellency Takeshi Hikihara, the Permanent Representative of Japan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Leon, let me join previous speakers in thanking you for your many years of dedicated service for UNIDO. We greatly value your leadership to commend the organization and your commitment toward its mission of inclusive, sustainable industrial development. Your achievements in the past 8 years speaks volumes about your sense of responsibility and your quality of management. You have strongly and tirelessly guided the organization despite the continued financial pressure and in these 2 years, amidst the extraordinary difficulty posed by the pandemic. We have also valued the intensified collaboration between Japan and UNIDO under your valuable guidance. We have built a very fruitful track record of cooperation, which I am convinced will serve as foundation for further development of cooperation with UNIDO in the future. Dear Mr. Liu, let me once again, on behalf of the government of Japan and on my own behalf, my most sincere gratitude to you and my best wishes for your new journey. Hopefully, I will meet you again in the future and see you, how you are doing well, working hard as always in your new endeavor. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And now I would like to give the floor to His Excellency Alessandro Cortese, the Permanent Representative of Italy.
Mr. President, I'm particularly pleased to have the opportunity of saying a few words, 1 minute, I promise, to the outgoing UNIDO Director General. Therefore, I'm particularly grateful to you for giving me the floor. Dear Director General, dear Mr. Leong, I really wish to thank you for your leadership, shown again in your closing remarks of this conference, and for the great results UNIDO achieved during the over 8 years of your double mandate. On a personal basis, I'm particularly grateful for your friendship and for the extremely fruitful cooperation we had during my 2 years in Vienna. Italy has always been supportive and proactive in UNIDO, in line with its role as one of the main contributors of the organization. And I wish to stress here that we found in the outgoing Director General a competent, responsive, and thoughtful partner in all the many projects and initiatives we promoted together. Thank you very much, Mr. Leung, and best wishes to you, to your wife and family, as well as best wishes of all success in your future endeavors. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Nada Kruger, Permanent Representative of Namibia.
Good morning, and thank you very much, Mr. President. Allow me, on behalf of the government of Namibia and indeed on my own behalf, to express our sincere gratitude to Mr. Lee Yong for his dedicated, strong, and effective leadership at the helm of UNIDO over the last 8 years. We commend you, Mr. Lee, for the exemplary guidance and management in ensuring business continuity while confronting the unprecedented challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic. We appreciate Mr. Lee's remarkable efforts and personal commitment to the SDG 9 in advancing the inclusive sustainable industrial development agenda, particularly through progress with the third industrial development decade for Africa. On a personal note, Mr. Lee, I wish to recall my closer cooperation with you during the time of the 18th General Conference in Abu Dhabi, when Namibia served as the chair of the Africa Group as well as one of the vice presidents of the conference. It was indeed a pleasure. Mr. Lee's work at UNIDO will be fondly remembered by my delegation, and we wish him the best in his future endeavors. I thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for this intervention, and I now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Dario Chiru, the Permanent Representative of Panama.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you. Mr. Lee Young, on behalf of the government of the Republic of Panama, I'd like to thank you for your extraordinary work over the last 8 years at the helm of UNIDO. This organization made considerable progress in promoting sustainable and inclusive industrial development and also extending our agenda to the critical issues faced by humanity, as well as working very well with member states. We acknowledge your tireless endeavors to foster economic competitiveness, gender equality, safeguarding the environment, even during the difficult pandemic times. We wish you every success in your future tasks. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and I now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Hassan Khaddour, the Permanent Representative of the Syrian Arab Republic.
Mazumdar here. But since I've been given the microphone and the camera, I will take my opportunity. Thank you. Mr. President, I take the floor to convey our appreciation to Mr. Lee Young for his stewardship of UNIDO as Director General over more than 8 years. We especially compliment him for his steady handling of the organization's responsibilities during the challenging times of the COVID pandemic. Taking the agenda of inclusive and sustainable industrial development forward has ensured that UNIDO continues to be relevant within the UN system as a positive contributor for achieving the objectives of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The implementation of the Program of Country Partnership is another worthwhile initiative for which we compliment Mr. Lee Young. As we bid him farewell, I would like to wish him all the very best for his future endeavors. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and I apologize. I now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Hassan Khaddour, Permanent Representative of the Syrian Arab Republic. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. On behalf of the delegation of the Syrian Arab Republic, I would like at the outset to express our appreciation to Mr. Lee Young and to thank him for the efforts he has deployed during his tenure. And despite the numerous challenges that UNIDO has been facing, he was capable of upholding his mandate in all the countries, and especially in my country, Syria. He has launched several initiatives that have contributed effectively in enriching the efforts deployed by the organization in my country on the one hand, and supporting the industrial and developmental efforts on the other hand. All this in order to put industrial development at the heart of sustainable development. Thank you, Mr. Young, for what you have done, and we wish you all success in your future endeavors. Thank you. Thank you for this intervention. I now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Mahinta Yasenge, Permanent Representative of Sri Lanka.
Mr. President, my delegation would like to express our sincere appreciation to Mr. Lee Young, the outgoing Director General, for his outstanding work, dedication, commitment and contribution in achieving inclusive and sustainable industrial development for developing countries during his tenure leading UNIDO. Mr. Lee Yong's leadership has brought UNIDO and its member states closer to achieving sustainable development goals. Sri Lanka wishes to thank Mr. Lee for his initiative and drive in defending member states' interests and capacity building projects through unprecedented challenges. We wish Mr. Lee Yong all the best in his future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you for this intervention. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Ahmet Muhtar Gun, the Permanent Representative of Turkey.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. President. Turkey has aligned itself with the statement made on behalf of the European Union. In our national capacity, we would like to thank His Excellency Lee Yong for having competently and duly performed his challenging duty for 2 consecutive terms as the Director General of UNIDO. We commend all initiatives carried out by the Secretariat in his term of office, especially the Program for Country Partnership to deliver the core mandate of UNIDO. We also appreciate UNIDO's response to COVID-19 pandemic under his leadership. We are pleased to see all efforts to recover for an inclusive and sustainable industrial development and to get SDG 9 back on track. Director General Lee Yong, dear friend, your services have been appreciated by my country and they will not be forgotten. Turkey wishes all the best to you and your family in your future life and career. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for this intervention, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Cocker, the Permanent Representative of Pakistan. Thank you.
Our deepest gratitude to Mr. Lee Yong for effectively steering UNIDO as Director General for the last 8 years. We commend Mr. Lee Yong for his farsightedness and sagacity with which he led UNIDO in his 2 terms, despite multiple challenges faced by the organization, especially in the form of COVID-19 global pandemic. Under his able leadership, UNIDO achieved many milestones like successful country program, program for country partnership, global consultations on circular economy, and result-based budgeting introduced in the organization. I would also like to thank him for the country program of Pakistan, which is playing a vital role in our inclusive and sustainable industrialization. I would thank Mr. Lee Yong once again for his outstanding work as Director General of UNIDO and convey him and his family best wishes for the future endeavors. Taking this opportunity, we would reiterate our warm welcome to the new Director General, Dr. Muller. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Bakr Fatah Hussein, the Permanent Representative of Iraq. Mr. Chairperson, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to thank Mr. Lee Yong for heading the organization throughout the past 8 years, and we also thank him for the efforts he has deployed and for his contribution in achieving the objectives and the strategies of the organization, and we wish him all success in his future endeavors. Mr. Lee Yong has been serving the organization for 2 consecutive tenures, and we had the opportunity to sign during his tenure a cooperation agreement between UNIDO and our government on the 30th of June 2017. That has launched a new era of cooperation with UNIDO in conformity with our economic and industrial strategy goals. We look forward to further working with UNIDO and to enhancing the implementation of that agreement in all the fields of industrial development in order to achieve sustainable and comprehensive industrial development. And thank you. Thank you for this intervention, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Abdel Muti, Permanent Representative of Bangladesh.
Thank you, Mr. President. We congratulate Mr. Lee Yong for his excellent leadership of the UNIDO
as its Director General for the last 8 years, defying many odds, including the ongoing pandemic, and accomplishing many outstanding achievements. On behalf of the government of Bangladesh, my delegation expresses its sincere thanks and gratitude to Mr. Lee Young. During his tenure, Mr. Lee Young has led the UNIDO with unwavering principles for the excellence, with dedicated professionalism, and with never-tiring service to ISID, particularly in the developing countries. Bangladesh fondly appreciates the contribution of Mr. Young to expand the purview of UNIDO activities and his attempts to streamlining the use of resources. We would also like to commend him for prioritizing circular economy and climate change issues in UNIDO projects. The country program and program for country partnership will continue to carry his legacy in UNIDO. Dear Mr. Lee Young, you'll be missed here. We'll remember you with warm thoughts and memories. We'd like to wish you and your family good health, happiness, and the best of luck with whatever comes next. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for this intervention, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Sultan Salmin Al Mansouri, Permanent Representative of Qatar. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. On behalf of my delegation, I would like to express our thanks and appreciation to His Excellency, the Director General of UNIDO, Mr. Lee Young. We commend the tireless efforts he has been deploying throughout the previous 8 years in leading this organization and enhancing its role and expanding its activities in industrial development. We wish him all success, health in his new endeavors. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you, Your Excellency. And I now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Salah Abdeshafi, Permanent Representative of Palestine, on behalf of the League of Arab States. Mr. Chairperson, the Arab Group would like to thank His Excellency, the outgoing Director General, Mr. Lee Young. UNIDO has known a quantum leap during his tenure on all levels, be it on the administrative level of the organization or with regards to the programs aiming at furthering the pace of the industrial development. The relationship between UNIDO and the Arab states during his tenure was marked by several achievements, especially the country programs, whereas Egypt and Morocco were two success stories that can be taken as an example. The Arab Group wish him all success in his future endeavors. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you for this intervention, and I now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Alejandro Solana Ortiz, the Permanent Representative of Costa Rica.
Thank you, Chair. We align ourselves with the statement made by G77 and China, thanking Mr. Lee Young for his 8 years at the helm of UNIDO. In our individual capacity, we would like to thank him for all his work and the confidence deposited in our country to co-chair the group on the circular economy. We have been able to share experiences through that, and we would like to wish him every success in his new endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to Her Excellency, Ms. Gabriela Sellner, the Permanent Representative of Austria.
Thank you, President. Austria fully supports what the head of the European delegation has just said. Let me start by repeating what the Austrian Federal Minister Gewessler and Secretary General of the Austrian Foreign Ministry, Ambassador Lansky-Tiefenthal, have already said in the beginning of this conference. As a committed member state and as the host country of UNIDO, we thank Director General Lee Young for his excellent work for the organization and the equally excellent relations and cooperation between UNIDO and Austria during his tenure. Director General, during the 8.5 years of your tenure, you have substantially contributed to UNIDO's development and the fulfillment of its important mandate. Your name will stay linked to UNIDO, SDG 9 and many others, as well as UNIDO's significant contribution to implementing the Agenda 2030 and combating the COVID crisis. Director General of UNIDO, Mr. Li Long, we wish you and your family all the best for your future. Thank you, President.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and I now give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Dominika Groys, Permanent Representative of Poland.
President, dear Director General Li Yong, on behalf of the Government of Poland, I would like to thank you for your tireless engagement in leading the organization and exploring new possibilities for the successful implementation of its mandate. The completion of 8 years of service for UNIDO as its Director General must bring you a lot of satisfaction and self-esteem. It is your initiative and passionate advocacy that make UNIDO now serve as the guardian of the Sustainable Development Goal 9. We value the efforts you undertook to bring UNIDO up to the challenges of the second decade of the millennium, and we shall remember new projects and programs elaborated and implemented under your guidance. Your readiness to listen to the needs and opinions expressed by member states, big and small, established donors and phasing out recipients, those advanced in their industrial development and those less successful in securing their economic position in this world. This approach of inclusiveness, emphasis on not leaving anybody behind, and paying attention to the principles of sustainability will mark the time of your years at the top of UNIDO. I wish you some peaceful time among the lavish greens of mainland China and skyscrapers of Shanghai, but please make use of your knowledge and experience still for the benefit of international community. I thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to His Excellency Hamid Al-Kaabi, Permanent Representative of the United Arab Emirates.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of my government, United Arab Emirates, and myself, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Mr. Li Yong for his friendship, wise leadership as UNIDO's Director General over the last 8 years. His extraordinary guidance and contribution have proven to be a key success for the organization. During his term and under Mr. Yong's leadership, United Arab Emirates and UNIDO launched multiple successful partnerships, such as the Global Manufacturing and Industrialization Summit, GIMIS, the world's first ever global gathering of the manufacturing community, brought together over 3,000 leaders from government, businesses, civil society sectors to identify trends and opportunities in technology and innovation. Hosting UNIDO's 8th session of the General Conference in Abu Dhabi and the adoption of Abu Dhabi Declaration, these are just some of the highlights of the great support my country received from UNIDO under Mr. Li Yong's leadership. Mr. Li Yong plays a significant role on these important initiatives, which led to remarkable achievements. As we bid farewell to Mr. Li Yong, we wish him the best of health, prosperity, and success in the next chapter of his life. I thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا على تدخلكم، وأعطي الآن الكلمة لسعادة السفيرة موراكوت سيريسوازدي المندوبة الدائمة لتايلاند.
I give the floor now to the permanent representative of Thailand.
We cannot hear you.
You can hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, thank you very much. Mr. President, on behalf of the Royal Thai government and on my own behalf, I wish to express our sincere appreciation to the outgoing Director General, Mr. Li Yong, for his leadership and tireless dedication during the past 8 years, especially during the trying time of the COVID-19. Thailand appreciates significant initiatives and achievements of the UNIDO in fulfilling the organization's mandate under the guidance and commitment of Mr. Lee Yong. Mr. Lee Yong's close cooperation and support to Thailand during his tenure, including his fruitful visit to Thailand in October 2018 to commemorate the 50th anniversary of Thailand's membership in UNIDO, will always be valued. I wish to take this opportunity to wish Mr. Lee Yong and his family good health, happiness, and every success in his future endeavors. I thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا لكم. والآن أعطي الكلمة.
Thank you. I now call upon Mr. Mordecai Dennis Paul Rodgold, Permanent Representative of Israel.
Dear departing Director General Lee Yong, Israel thanks you for your 8 years of leadership in the aegis of UNIDO. You have left your strong mark on the organization in many respects, among them the PCP programs. Our cooperation with UNIDO flourished under your leadership, and we hope to further develop it in the future. Thank you again. I wish you all the best for your future endeavors. Toda and Shalom.
شكرا. وأعطي الكلمة الآن لسعادة.
I now call upon Her Excellency Ms. Manija Bakhtari, a Permanent Representative of Afghanistan.
Mr. President, I wish to express deepest gratitude to Mr. Lee Yong for successfully leading UNIDO as Director General over the last 8 years. Despite the difficult situation due to the rapid spread of the global COVID-19 pandemic. In particular, I wish to express my appreciation for the excellent continued support of UNIDO for Afghanistan in the past years under your able leadership. Your work and vision have highly contributed to strengthening UNIDO's work in advancing inclusive and sustainable industrial development in Afghanistan. The country program for Afghanistan implemented under your tenure has had many positive impacts for our people. I also wish to commend Mr. Liu's personal continued efforts in advancing gender equality and women's empowerment. I was grateful for the close cooperation between Afghanistan and Mr. Lee Yong in co-leading the IGC Vienna Representation Impact Group together with the Ambassador of Finland in the framework of the International Gender Champion Initiative. I thank you once again for your outstanding work in UNIDO, and let me wish you and your family the very best for your future endeavors. Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا لكم على التدخل. والآن أعطي الكلمة
Thank you. I now call upon His Excellency Mr. Eric Anderson, Permanent Representative of Peru.
Señor Presidente.
Chair.
Actividades de apoyo a los Estados.
I would like to support other member states with regards to Sustainable Development Goals and Agenda 2030. My country considers that the 2 visits you made to Peru, first of all for the General Conference in 2013, when we approved the Lima Declaration, and then in 2019, when you participated in another significant conference. We have worked with UNIDO throughout your mandate. You worked very hard and got more than $18 million worth of technical cooperation funds for us, as well as industrial investment, and helped us work on industrial policies. And this was done with such dignity. UNIDO really is a strategic ally for Peru. Therefore, dear friend, I would like to thank you again and wish you every success in your future career, and I wish you personal happiness to you and your family. Thank you.
شكرا سعادة السفير على التدخل وأعطي الكلمة.
Thank you. I now call upon His Excellency Mr. Luis Javier Campuzano, Permanent Representative of Mexico.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of Mexico, my delegation would like to acknowledge Mr. Lee Yong's leadership. In 8 years, he has established strong foundations and extended UNIDO's technical cooperation capacity to foster inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Despite the difficult circumstances caused by the pandemic, Director General Lee Yong has strengthened UNIDO, and therefore it has been able to adapt and make sure that industrial development contributes to inclusive and sustainable development, especially in developing countries. Mr. Lee Yong, on behalf of Mexico and myself personally, I thank you for your devotion, and I wish you, your wife and family success, health, and happiness in both your professional and personal endeavors. Thank you.
شكرا لكم وأعطي الآن الكلمة.
Thank you, and I call upon Her Excellency Maimuna Kibenga Tarishi, Permanent Representative of the United Republic of Tanzania.
Mr. President, the United Republic of Tanzania aligns itself with the statement delivered by Costa Rica on behalf of the G77 and China. Mr. President, it is my honor to deliver a brief farewell message on behalf of the government of the United Republic of Tanzania to the distinguished outgoing Director General of UNIDO, Mr. Lee Yong. My delegation wishes to extend our sincere appreciation and applaud Mr. Yong for his able leadership in spearheading the enormous work of UNIDO over the last 8 years. We further wish to congratulate Mr. Yong for his exemplary leadership in the midst of pandemic by ensuring UNIDO's activities continues despite the unprecedented challenges caused by COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. President, under the stewardship of the outgoing Director General, UNIDO has remained true to its mandate and continued to assist developing countries and LDCs in industrial development while ensuring they benefit from global trade and investment. My delegation applauds Mr. Yong, particularly for the establishment of the unique initiatives on country program partnership, which were initiated and implemented during his tenure. The PCP has portrayed a good example as an innovative model for accelerating inclusive and sustainable industrial development in PCP implementing countries. My delegation would like to also express its gratitude to the outgoing Director General, Mr. Lee Yong, for his official visit to the United Republic of Tanzania in 2018, that he paved the way for the inclusion of the United Republic of Tanzania into the Program for Country Partnership. Mr. President, in closing, I wish to thank him for his outstanding work in UNIDO during his tenure and wish him all the best in his future endeavors. Mr. Lee Yong, thank you. Asante sana. Shieni.
شكرا لكم وأعطي الكلمة الآن لسعادة السفير سليمان دودة عمر.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Mr. Suleiman Dauda Umar, Permanent Representative of Nigeria.
Mr. President, my delegations join other colleagues in expressing our sincere appreciation to Mr. Yong for the exemplary leadership and commitment to the industrial development of member states exhibited during his tenure as DG of UNIDO. His commitment to achieve inclusive and sustainable industrial development in Africa, particularly the Program for Country Partnerships and the Country Program, have had a great impact in developing countries, thereby enhancing the well-being of our people. It is noteworthy that Mr. Young never relented in his resolve to achieve the goals of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in our application. Mr. Young, know that we commend your excellent performance in UNIDO, and we appreciate you. We thank you and bid you farewell and shower our best wishes in your future endeavors. Our warm regards to your family. Thank you.
شكرا سعادة السفير والكلمة الآن لسعادة.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Mr. Ikram bin Mohd Ibrahim of Malaysia.
With the profound appreciation and sincere gratitude of the government of Malaysia to Mr. Lee Yong, the outgoing DG of UNIDO. Mr. Lee has indeed been instrumental in further strengthening Malaysia-UNIDO relations during his 8-year tenure. There is truth in a Chinese proverb that says the scent of rose will always stay on the hand of the giver. The scent of rose will always stay on the hand of the giver. DG Lee has indeed been a giver, not only to Malaysia, but to the larger UNIDO membership and the Secretariat, as well as the United Nations family. The scent of DG Lee's selfless efforts, dedication, and contributions will remain etched in perpetuity. I conclude by quoting another Chinese proverb that says, "Only he who has traveled the road knows where the holes are deep." In the case of DG Lee, he knew where the holes were, and more importantly, he filled up those holes so that his successor, the Secretariat, and the UNIDO membership would be able to enjoy a smoother journey ahead. I wish DG Lee all the best in his future endeavors, and may he continue to enjoy good health, happiness, and prosperity. Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا على تدخلكم وأعطي الآن الكلمة لسعادة.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Mr. Salah Shafiq of Palestine.
للمدير العام المنتهي ولايته السيد لي يونغ. لقد شهدت العلاقة بين دولة فلسطين واليونيدو تطورا نوعيا خلال فترة ولايته من حيث عدد المشاريع المنفذة والقطاعات التي غطتها، وبالتالي وفرت أساسا يبنى عليه في عهد المدير العام الجديد من أجل تحقيق التنمية الصناعية الشاملة والمستدامة. نتمنى للسيد لي يونغ موفور الصحة والسعادة والتوفيق في جميع مساعيه المستقبلية. شكرا سيد الرئيس.
شكرا سعادة السفير، وأعطي الكلمة الآن لسعادة السفير السيد أيون أوليري المندوب الدائم لإيرلندا، فليتفضل.
Thank you, Mr.
Ireland, please.
General Lee Yong. Ireland would like to thank you for your excellent work as Director General. You have steadied the UNIDO ship and you have set it on a new and successful course. Your successor, Gerd Muller, is fortunate to follow such an effective Director General and to inherit an organisation that is at a very high level of effectiveness. On a personal level, I would like to thank you for your friendship and helpfulness in the year since I came here to Vienna, and I would like to wish you and your wife a happy retirement. I'm sure we will see you again, and just to wish both of you Ibai Sui, 100 years. Thank you.
شكرا. أعطي الكلمة الآن.
Thank you. I now call upon Mr. Sergei Fedoryakov of the Russian Federation.
Благодарю вас, господин председатель.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Lee Yong, in the years you spent at the helm of UNIDO as Director General, you have won the respect and recognition of the international community. Under your leadership, countless efforts have been made for the benefit of this organization and for international development as a whole. Today, UNIDO's unique mandate and expertise are in demand as never before. Building industrial capacity and promoting sustainable industrialization are crucial to the success of Agenda 2030 and the SDGs. Russia and UNIDO have long-standing ties that exemplify multifaceted, constructive partnership. We value your personal contribution to strengthening that partnership. Russia will continue to support UNIDO in its initiatives and projects. We would like to wish you good health, prosperity, and every success. Thank you.
شكرا لكم والآن أعطي الكلمة.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the Deputy Permanent Representative of the Philippines.
To convey our deepest gratitude to Mr. Lee Yong for his very able leadership of UNIDO over the past 8 years. The dynamism and innovations he has introduced since taking the helm in 2013 have undoubtedly propelled the organization to new levels in fulfilling UNIDO's mandate of inclusive and sustainable industrial development. The Philippines recalls that when DG Lee entered office, UNIDO had 5 ongoing projects in the country. Now, as he prepares to depart, there are 12 programs being undertaken in the Philippines, all aimed at uplifting our development capacity with a strong focus on environmental responsiveness. We also highlight that under DG Lee's watch, the Philippines signed its first country programming framework with UNIDO in November 2018, which he helped speed along through a country visit in June of that same year. It is worth underscoring that this CP has been key in launching a timely project to address the Philippines' response to the COVID-19 health crisis. The positive impact of these projects cannot be understated. As DG Lee's term draws to a close, we look back on his many achievements, including the institution of the landmark program for country partnership and a results-based budgeting and programming system as watershed moments for UNIDO and feathers in his cap. With this, the Philippines sincerely wishes DG Lee Yong all the best in his future endeavors. Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا على تدخلكم وأعطي الكلمة الآن للسيد جون مارك.
I thank you for your intervention, and the floor is for Mr. John Mark, Deputy Permanent Representative of Switzerland.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. President, outgoing Director General, distinguished delegates, today the UNIDO family says goodbye to Director General Lee Yong. Over the past 8 years, he's played a very important role in shaping this organization. Under his leadership, the number of members has stabilized and efforts have been deployed to make this organization more effective and efficient. Additionally, Lee Yong has worked hard to launch the PCP. This program promises new and more effective cooperation between member states and UNIDO. We thank Mr. Lee Yong for this success story and for others. We would like to wish Mr. Lee Yong every success in the future. It was a pleasure to work with you, and our various high-level visits to Vienna and Bern are testimony to that.
Thank you, and I now give the floor to Mr. Yang Jeon, Deputy Permanent Representative of Korea, Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. President. My delegation wishes to express our deep appreciation to Director General Lee Yong for the tireless efforts and dedicated service he showed to deliver on the mandates and priorities of UNIDO over the past 8 years. In particular, my delegation would like to recall what Mr. Lee Yong once mentioned during his reappointment speech. He said that his dream was to give young people in poor living conditions to play a part in the global fight against poverty. We believe UNIDO under his leadership has laid the groundwork for that dream to come a little closer to reality, with a flagship project such as the PCPs or Program for Country Partnership. With his vision and contribution, the global community is a few steps closer than 8 years ago to attaining SDG 9 and accomplishing 2030 agenda. Member states have been privileged to have him at the driver's seat of the organization, and his dedication will be long cherished even after his departure from office. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank you, and I give the floor now to Mr. Hazim Zaki, Deputy Permanent Representative of Egypt. Egypt, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. President.
Egyptian mission in Vienna, I would like to express our deepest appreciation for Mr. Lee Young for his leadership as Director General of UNIDO over the last 8 years. His hard work and sincere efforts to help the member states throughout his tenure, and particularly during the current crisis of COVID-19 pandemic, had been great help for the member countries of UNIDO. Egypt is especially grateful for Mr. Lee Young, as during his tenure, the relationship with UNIDO has developed exponentially. And this fruitful relationship was culminated by the signing of the Program for Country Partnership, PCP, with Egypt in April 2021 by both Mr. Lee Young and the Prime Minister of Egypt. One must mention also in this context that the impact of UNIDO in terms of achieving ISID in the developing countries under his leadership had been very successful as well. And we are looking forward to the continuation of this constructive relationship under the new Director General. Finally, we would like to wish Mr. Lee Young all the best for his future endeavors with ever continued success and health. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Ms. Dalila Hernandez, Deputy Permanent Representative of Venezuela.
Thank you, Chair, for giving us the floor. The Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela aligns itself with the statement made by G77 and China, and in our national capacity, we would like to warmly thank the outgoing Director General, Mr. Lee Young. Mr. Lee Young, Venezuela is grateful for your management at the helm of UNIDO, especially with regards to our country. You have been a great friend to the government and people of Venezuela. We have received support from the organization because you had the wisdom to realize where our most urgent needs lay. And you have been able to listen to our authorities at the most difficult times and help us implement our country program. The organization exists to support the people and their industry. You have established the basis and the structure for the future of UNIDO, and Venezuela is also grateful for that. Finally, we wish you a very successful future for your country, for you and your family. Thank you.
I thank you, and I now give the floor to Mr. Francis Hen, Deputy Permanent Representative of Burkina Faso.
Monsieur le Président,
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the government of Burkina Faso, I would like to congratulate and thank Mr. Lee Young on the way he has managed our organization during the most difficult times, such as during the COVID-19 pandemic, which is still ongoing. Mr. Lee Young has managed to provide continuity in UNIDO's services. We are truly grateful to Mr. Lee Young, whose commitment and vision has been able to further mobilize members, donors, and partners. We acknowledge his human and professional talents, and we wish him all the best for the future. Thank you.
Thank you for your intervention, and I now give the floor to Mr. Gustave Dofu, Deputy Permanent Representative of Ghana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the Ghana delegation joins the previous speakers in paying tribute to Mr. Lee Young, the outgoing Director General of UNIDO. The Ghana delegation wishes to convey hearty congratulations to him for his sterling stewardship of UNIDO as Director General for the past 8 years. Mr. Lee Young's commitment and dedication to promoting UNIDO's mandate of fostering inclusive and sustainable industrial development in member states through innovative programs such as country programs, program for country partnerships, and other standalone projects is a laudable one. Likewise, his proactive leadership of UNIDO in supporting developing countries to manage the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. His contribution to the reform and restructuring of UNIDO to become more responsive to the needs of member states will remain a legacy of his tenure as Director General. On this note, the Ghana delegation wishes Mr. Lee Young every success in his future endeavor. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank you, and I give the floor to Mr. Mohammed Hassani from the Permanent Mission of Iran.
On behalf of the government of the Islamic Republic of Iran, I would like to take this opportunity to express my government's appreciation to Director General Mr. Lee Young for his able leadership of the organization during his tenure, and to wish him full success in his personal and professional future endeavors. Indeed, he showed commitment and overwhelming enthusiasm in leading UNIDO. The increase in technical cooperation, country program, and PCP deliveries, strengthening UNIDO's expertise, the role in industrial development, and emergency response to COVID-19 are just part of his outstanding legacy. The Islamic Republic of Iran expressed its deep appreciation for his outstanding work, dedication, commitment, and contributions in achieving inclusive and sustainable industrial development in developing countries. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank you for your intervention, and the floor now is to Mr. Vitaly Shelinsky from the Permanent Mission of Belarus.
Thank you. Distinguished Director General, distinguished delegates, on behalf of Belarus, I would like to express thanks to outgoing Director General Lee Young for his professionalism and dedicated work at the helm of UNIDO. Belarus commends the decisive role you played in discharging UNIDO's mandate to promote ISID worldwide, and especially in addressing the challenges and needs of medium-income countries. We also thank you for the excellent cooperation and high level of trust between UNIDO and Belarus. Over the 8 fruitful years of your tenure, many flagship projects to enhance the competitiveness and efficiency of Belarusian industry were carried out. We believe it's largely thanks to the DG's able leadership that so many excellent results have been achieved, allowing us to enter this 55th anniversary year of the organisation with a sense of achievement and duty done. Once again, our sincere thanks to you, Mr. Lee Young, and all the best for the future. Thank you.
I thank you, and I give the floor now to Mr. Said Bassila from the Permanent Mission of Senegal.
Au nom du gouvernement du Sénégal,
on behalf of the government of Senegal, I would like to express my deep gratitude to Mr. Lee Young for his work at the head of UNIDO. With professionalism, generosity, and efficiency for the last 8 years. There were many relevant initiatives that you led, including the 3rd decade for industrial development in Africa. I would like to highlight the quality of the accompaniment my country benefited from with the country partnerships and helped us with our emerging industrial policy. We truly wish you all the best in the next chapter of your wonderful and useful life. Thank you.
I thank you for your statement, and I give the floor now to Mr. Khalid from the Permanent Mission of Algeria. Mr. President, I would like to speak on behalf of the delegation of Algeria and express our deepest appreciation to Mr. Lee Young for his wise leadership during his 2 tenures, which has turned UNIDO today because of his enlightened management and his personal commitment, one of the most organizations in expertise and commitment to emphasize and expedite inclusive, sustainable industrial development. By all measurements, Mr. Lee Young has improved the abilities of the organization, and we also appreciate your efforts to promote cooperation and partnership on the international and regional levels and to push forward technical cooperation despite the difficult times because of COVID. In conclusion, I can only renew to you, Mr. Lee Young, on behalf of the Algerian delegation, our sincere thanks for your efforts at the head of this organization. We wish you all success in the future. We look forward to seeing you always struggling for UNIDO and its objectives. Thank you, Mr. President. I thank you. And I now give the floor to Ms. Inan Bitti from Tunisia.
السيد رئيس المؤتمر.
Mr. President, I express my deepest appreciation to the Director General, Mr. Lee Young, for his efforts continuously while he headed the UNIDO in order to support developing countries in achieving industrial development and in the light of the Sustainable Development Goals through a number of initiatives and programs in order to eliminate poverty and provide employment opportunities for the young and for women. I wish him, on this occasion, continued success in his future efforts. Thank you. Thank you. And I now give the floor to Ms. Ilan Haratunian from the Permanent Mission of Armenia.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the government of Armenia, I would like to express our profound appreciation and gratitude to outgoing Director General Lee Young for all the work that he carried out at the helm of UNIDO, for his dedication to this organization's mandate and purpose throughout the years that he has been leading it. His vision for UNIDO contributed greatly to strengthening the role and the relevance of this organization, to advancing the implementation of 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals, including through supporting the inclusive and sustainable industrial development in middle-income countries. We commend his efforts in promoting transition to circularity and effective energy and environment management. We also express our profound appreciation for his leadership and steering of UNIDO in difficult times of COVID-19 pandemic, for efforts to keep the organization and its secretariat running amid all the pandemic-related restrictions. Director General Lee Young, once again, we thank you for all your contribution and efforts and wish you all the success in your future endeavors. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to Ms. Anna Papasava from the Permanent Mission of Cyprus.
Thank you, Mr. President. Cyprus aligns with the statement delivered by the European Union, but I would like to provide some additional remarks in a national capacity. On behalf of the Republic of Cyprus, I would like to thank the outgoing Director General Lee Young for his able leadership and dedication in promoting UNIDO's pivotal role in the international development system. Director Lee Young, your tireless efforts have significantly contributed in UNIDO's progress towards the implementation of the 2030 Agenda, and particularly the promotion of an inclusive and sustainable industrial development as envisioned in SDG 9. We particularly praise UNIDO's immediate and efficient response in addressing the challenges posed by the pandemic. Let me also comment UNIDO's support to the ongoing reform of the UN development system, as well as its relentless work to promote gender equality and women economic empowerment. We also equally note with satisfaction UNIDO's program for country partnership and UNIDO's project on strategic engagement with emerging donors. We would like once again to thank you, Director General Lee Yong, and wish you every success to your future endeavors. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank you, and I now give the floor to Mr. Tan Viet Phong from the Permanent Mission of Vietnam.
Thank you, Mr. President. Like many other speakers, Vietnam wishes to express our deepest gratitude to Mr. Lee Yong for his highly effective and resilient leadership as Director General. Vietnam also wishes to commend for Mr. Lee Yong for his strategic vision despite many challenges during his time, especially COVID-19 pandemic. This vision is best exemplified by numerous country programs as well as PCP. The positive impact of country program and PCPs on ISID of developing countries is extraordinary. That and all other well-implemented initiatives and technical assistance projects have contributed significantly to UN 2030 agenda and a worthy legacy of his tenure as Director General. Vietnam wishes Mr. Lee Yong all the best on his future endeavors. On this occasion, Vietnam also would like to congratulate and welcome Dr. Gert Muller on his appointment as new Director General. Vietnam is confident that his experience and talent will enable UNIDO to navigate successfully through the current pandemic as well as further promote ISID. Vietnam wishes to reassure Dr. Muller of full support during his upcoming term. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank you, and I now give the floor to Mr. Siddiq Mohammed Ahmed from the Permanent Mission of Sudan. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And since this is the first time for me to take the floor, I would like to thank you for the professional work that you have been doing, as well as to the Secretariat for the hard work. My delegation would like to align itself with the statements delivered by the G77 in China, as well as the African group, and would like to have some remarks on our national capacity. My delegation would like to thank the outgoing chair, Mr. Lee Yong, for his tireless efforts during the unprecedented circumstances of COVID-19. Mr. Lee Yong exerted a lot of efforts to achieve sustainable development goals. We would like to thank Mr. Lee Yong for his efforts in achieving the Partnership for Country programs and other initiatives. We wish you and your family all the best. And for Dr. Muller, since this is the first time to take the floor, we would like to seize this opportunity to warmly welcome him and congratulate him for his appointment as Director General of the UNIDO, and looking forward to closely working with him. We assure that our full support to achieve inclusive and sustainable industrial development for all countries, particularly for the developing ones. We believe that your experience in the development area will be very useful for the UNIDO. I thank you very much and welcome.
I thank you for your intervention, and I now give the floor to Madam Rivelouis Netanyon from the Permanent Mission of South Africa. South Africa, you have the floor.
President, South Africa expresses its deep appreciation to Mr. Lee Yong for his dedication, tireless work, and astute leadership in helming UNIDO over the past years. Throughout the years, Mr. Lee Yong has repositioned the organization as a strategic partner of member states and a respectable player within the UN system by leading it with professionalism and a keen sense of empathy through challenging times, with particular reference to the COVID-19 pandemic and financial difficulties. Mr. Lee Yong's commitment in promoting inclusive and sustainable industrial development has steered many countries towards the realization of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. South Africa expresses its deep gratitude for the role Mr. Lee Yong has played in the implementation of the IDDA3 and the innovative flagship programs of multi-stakeholder partnership seen in the country program and program for country partnerships. We wish Mr. Lee Yong much success in his future endeavors. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Mr. Eko Kayanto, Director General of Industrial Resilience, Regional and International Industrial Access.
Mr. President, His Excellency Mr. Lee Yong, Excellencies, Indonesia would like to convey our utmost gratitude for His Excellency Mr. Lee Yong's dedication and endless endeavor in navigating UNIDO to be able to keep working for its member benefit in this hardship situation of pandemic. Indonesia also extends its appreciation for His Excellency support on the implementation of Indonesia UNIDO Country Program 2016-2020, which has been completed with positive and real impact for the people of Indonesia. Indonesia sincerely wishes the best of luck for His Excellency Mr. Lee Yong in his next assignment. I thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the last speaker on our list, Mr. Wenming Lu, Director General of INBAR.
Distinguished Mr. Lee Yong, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the International Bamboo and Rattan Organization, INBAR, and its 48 member states, I would like to congratulate Mr. Lee Yong for his successful tenure fostering industrial development across the developing nations and the community sectors in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. During Mr. Lee Yong's tenure, INBAR and UNIDO had entered into a relationship agreement, which was just signed last month. Our two organizations developed a bamboo development project for Cambodia and Ethiopia with South-South linkages to China. Finally, indeed, we wish him a great success in his future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like now to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Lee Yong.
Mr. President, Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your kind words, and I'm deeply humbled and touched by your sincere statement. For me, I understand I just have done what I wanted to do, and also what I need to do. I thank you for our member states. With your support, I can do this work. And I'm very grateful for having had this opportunity to serve as a UNIDO Director General and for many rich experience and of the past 8 years. I feel very, very much honored and privileged to have had the chance to work with all of you, drawing on your guidance, your very important guidance as a UNIDO member state, and ensuring that ISRD has lasting impact on our drive towards better future. Excellencies, colleagues, friends, I wouldn't let this opportunity pass without express my appreciation to my dear wife. for your very, very strong, consistent support. And without this important backup, I wouldn't have done my job smoothly. Excellencies, colleagues, friends, you all know this. And Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, friends, while I may be leaving this organization, my heart will always remain with international development business and international development agenda. My heart will always with this organization, United Nations Industrial Development Organization. My heart will always with my partner, our partner. And I thank you so much for all the encouragement. And I certainly will enjoy my life together with my wife when we return back to China, but we always connected. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Leong, for your intervention. Your Excellencies, the delegates, Your Excellencies, ambassadors and friends, ladies and gentlemen, before proceeding with the closure, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all participants and to thank you all for this smooth and successful session held under challenging circumstances. I would like to express my heartfelt thanks for the honor and trust placed in me and in my country, Tunisia, to chair this 19th session of the General Conference. I also wish to express my gratitude to UNOV's conference services for the excellent organization, in particular to the interpreters and the technicians for their admirable work, competence, and flexibility. I would also like to thank the Executive Secretary of the conference and his team for their support and for their professionalism throughout this unique session. Let us now watch a video on our work this week and what we have accomplished, and we have indeed accomplished a lot. I thank you all again.
The 19th session of the UNIDO General Conference took place at a critical juncture following the UN Secretary-General's call for a decade of action. The event was an opportunity to show how UNIDO is capitalizing on its rich expertise and bringing a stronger focus to the practical aspects of its inclusive and sustainable industrial development mandate to help countries get back on track to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. To contain the spread of COVID-19, the General Conference was a semi-virtual affair. Many delegates from member states joined online. After 8 years at the helm of UNIDO, Lee Young stood down as Director General during the General Conference.
I just would like to thank you, our member states, most sincerely for the trust you place in me.
Gerd Müller was confirmed as the new Director General of UNIDO for a period of 4 years.
I want to thank you for your great support and for electing me as the new Director General of UNIDO.
The overarching theme was building a better future. The 8th Inclusive and Sustainable Industrial Development Forum featured a keynote address by Mariana Mazzucato. This was followed by an interactive discussion on partnerships for socio-economic recovery. Partnerships were also the theme of the donors meeting, where representatives of member states and development partners discussed scaling up impact through innovation. The General Conference saw the official launch of UNIDO's flagship publication, the Industrial Development Report 2022.
The report really provides an important and a timely guide for governments and policymakers.
A side event focused on prospects for establishing a global industrial policy forum for multilateral policy learning and knowledge sharing. As the global community strives to build back better industries, economies, and societies, investing in women is both the right thing and the smart thing to do.
Equality is a global must. Equality is a human right.
The year 2021 was declared the International Year of Creative Economy for Sustainable Development by the UN General Assembly. And another side event showed how UNIDO has tackled the challenges of supporting the creative economy.
I'm an optimist. Together we can achieve a lot. So let's go to work. Together we are strong.
The event saw the participation of stakeholders from governments, academia, the private sector, and knowledge-based institutions coming together to discuss the way forward to build a better future for everyone.
In accordance with Rule 71 of the Rules of Procedure of the conference, I now invite you to observe 1 minute of silence dedicated to prayer or meditation. I declare the 19th session of the General Conference closed.
Thank you very much. Very kind words. It was lovely working with you. Thank you so much.
Congratulations for your excellent leadership.